Now, as we look at Nick Faldo at the first tee, I'm going to turn back over to my colleague Alex Hay.
Thank you, Mark, and this is the moment we've waited for the best part of a day, almost 20 hours in all. Nick Faldo, who will tee off second. Steve Pate will be first to drive. Faldo with rounds of 66, 64, 69, all sorts of records being set. Incredible golf.
Donny Hammond's third shot to the short par 4 second hole. Nearly good. I'm surprised in a sense he didn't play a little out further to the left and give himself an easier shot up that green.
Steve Pate waiting for the introduction, which will come from Ivor Robson. Steve, 64, 70, 69, 203, 10 under par. He led in the second round for a considerable time when he was just overtaken. His swing, which is a gentle sort of swing, suffered a bit into the headwinds at the closing stages. And again yesterday he got within a stroke of the leader, Nick Faldo, and then crumbled just a little again. But he lies as he starts in joint second place with John Cook, who's up ahead. There's the view as we go back in, that green hoarding behind the tee, protecting the players. We're just waiting for the go-ahead. Play absolutely spot on to time. And I wonder what's going through their hearts at this moment. A little bit of pounding.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the 121st Open Championship. On the tee, Steve Pate.
Pate looking anxiously because it's getting closer to the bunkers. It is finished absolutely perfect.
On the tee, Nick Faldo.
Probably the most dedicated professional in the game of golf. The leader at 14 under par. And he watches anxiously. Oh, and like he did on the first day, he's pitched it full toss in the face of the bunker. Well, a disappointing tee shot. Whilst we understand that it's the best side to go up, the left side of the fairway, the center of the fairway, or even right of the fairway is better than where he has just placed that tee shot. Now you see the bunker is sort of half of a horseshoe there. He's pitched in the front portion of it, and that has, well, it's left him totally out of any hope of reaching the green. I should think it's a play out and then a pitch and a hope of a single putt for a 4.
Donny Hammond. Third hole with an iron on this shortish par 4. This tee shot then just after a 5 at the second hole, where he drove into the bunker, had to play short, but a fine shot there on this 351-yard hole.
Now Niels, who dropped a shot at the first, now 7 under. And there, a 1-iron shot down the second hole. Oh, and we haven't seen many in that bunker. Just shows you, well, Donny Hammond was another who got into it, but the wind just perhaps changing a little bit more to the west. It's been a consistent the whole week. Now John Cook, he dropped a shot as well at the opening hole. That looked like a good tee shot. Well, there you are. You see the wind is moving the ball much further to the right. Now you get an idea. Down that dotted line at the bottom is the stone dike that runs along. The hedge on the left protects the fairway. It deceives the players often, but the 2 bunkers down the right hand side have been rather busy in the last few moments.
Elizabeth for a birdie at the 3rd hole. Birdie the 2nd. Ooh, and to put any kind of move on Nick, you cannot afford to miss those opportunities.
Steve Pate at the first. Second shot.
Well, that was from 220 yards. Struck a very firm 2-iron there, kept it low.
Well, there have only been 3 threes in the whole day at this hole. Tony Johnson, Matt Slanner and Donny Hammond made 3s, and that just shows you how difficult an opener it is.
Faldo then 215 yards from the pin, and being at the face there, if he can cover half that with this shot, he's done very well. That was a wedge. He's moved it about 90 yards forward, so that still leaves him a shot of about 130 yards or so to the pin.
Ian Woosnam.
All right.
And he gets into one of the bunkers down the left side at the 5th hole.
You see at the 3rd hole here, Donny Hammond. You can see the top of the flag, can't quite see the bottom. It's well protected here. 8 under. Just toss it up high with a sand iron and then trust it to the wind. And today you can count on the wind. That was a beautifully judged shot. There's Hammond. He was one who got a 3 at the first, but immediately dropped it again at the second.
And Faldo on the first with a little more work left than I initially thought. He's got almost 150 yards to go to the pin. The breeze is actually, it's a very strong breeze. It's turned from the left side a little more, so it's more or less coming diagonally across on this shot, against and from the left. Actually keeping the ball down fairly low. If you get it up with something like a 6 or 7 iron, it really does move a lot in the air. I think we'll see Faldo play more of a 3/4 sort of punch shot forward. holds that up on the safer left side. Leaves himself a long putt there, coming down the hill. That one's going to be fast.
Well, one doesn't want to spread doom and gloom because it's so early, but remember in the Irish Open when he set out with a 5-shot lead, he lost most of that by 9 holes.
John Cook in the bunker to second. Eight or a 9 iron. Fine shot out of that bunker there by John Cook.
So Nick Faldo suffering at the first, but suffering in some very good company, because in the last 10 matches that we've covered since we started concentrating on the golf from 1 o'clock, we've seen, what, 3 double bogeys at the first, 10 bogeys, just 1 birdie, that coming from Donny Hammond, and a drop shot for Hammond immediately at the second. But things might change at the top of that leaderboard in the next few minutes. And that is the defending champion, Ian Baker Finch, just finishing a moment or so ago on the 18th and finishing at 2 over par for the championship, 2 under par for the championship, a round of 68 today. His best round of the 4 days, never really in contention, but the popular winner of last year.
I would like to say that Ian Baker Finch has been a great Open representative. Nick Faldo, first hole. He's already played 3 shots. You can see he's still quite a distance away. Certainly when you drive in that bunker at the first hole, that's caused a lot of people problems during the tournament. See the weather coming in from our galaxy. We've had, I think we've been very fortunate here for this number of days that we really haven't had any Open type weather that the Americans look for and dread. This is Steve Pate. This for a 3 at the first hole, and might just give Nick notice that it could be a long afternoon. I think there's more pressure on Nick Faldo than any other player. These guys can now try to charge him. Steve is a renowned putter, not only a good player, but he makes an awful lot of long putts, as we saw yesterday. Made 4 consecutive birdies yesterday, starting at the 3rd hole. The longest streak by a player yesterday, but a new day today. Now, of course, you're going to try to make this putt, in a sense, but Nick certainly does not want to get away from here with a 3-putt and a double bogey at the first hole. So on the one hand, you want to make it. On the other hand, you don't want to get where you try too hard and maybe give it a little more than is needed. This putt is quick. And always when you're playing in a tournament, first hole, you'd like to get away with a nice, easy start, or if you have a long putt like this, you'd like to knock it up very close to the hole so you don't have to mark it and sweat over a 2 or 3 footer. So we'll get a check on Nick's feel and his confidence by what he does with this putt. See just how quick that was, and a very nice putt. Still a little work there, but I'm sure you can see letting out a little air there that he's happy with that.
Donny Hammond, his excellent second shot, put him here at the 3rd. And another, well, he's had 3 birdies in the first 2 holes. Pity about dropping one at the second.
Faldo for 5. Drop him to 13 under, and if Steve Pate were to make his, just 3 shots in front of this man here, with Donnie Hammond making a little move ahead. We just saw him with the birdie at the 3rd hole. His putt should move, if it moves at all, a little to Steve's left. Glad that wasn't 6 inches longer, or he'd be standing around the other side putting for 5. But a good solid start by the American Steve Pate, who won this year in San Diego on the US PGA Tour. In a tournament, strangely enough, canceled 1 round because of fog.
There's the hole that they're making their way to, the 351-yard par 4, the 2nd hole. Those 2 bunkers on the right were a little bit busy, but that's been unusual. The wall down the left-hand side there, it hasn't really been involved because the hole is playing generally a 1 iron and a pitching wedge. There is the dike, and I'm sure if the wind was blowing from the east, it would be a very different concern. The fairway ripples as typical of a links golf course where Open Championships have been played over 100 years. Came here from Musselburgh in 1892. Now, a 1 iron. Not too many have gone for the wooden club. In the earlier stages of the day they were using it. Now you watch this for a rather lazy, leisurely Sunday afternoon swing. Over the ripples, it's left him quite a long 2nd shot from there, well over 100 yards. And what a contrast in the 2 players, the 2 styles, that loose-limbed swing of Steve Pate, this one where nothing, not a muscle is left to chance. Everything has been calculated. If you watch his club head, you'll see that it hovers a little bit about the ball. It hardly touches the grass in the last few seconds before the swing goes. Pure routine, repetition. And that is nicely in a little hollow, a slight uphill line. That's good.
John Cook, 3rd tee. Again, an iron going with the wind here at the 3rd hole. A lay up short of the bunkers, and not a good shot there by John, because that's the wrong side of the hole to come in from. And there is the weather at long last on our Galaxy lens. I hope those gentlemen up there have their waterproofs and some hot coffee or something, hot tea.
Donnie Hammond, just a gentle 8 iron at the 4th hole. So many have gone hurtling through the green, and watch this, down it goes into that wispy grass.
So that leaderboard is all starting to change a bit. Nick Faldo dropping a shot at the first, back to 13 under, a lead of 3 now over Steve Pate, who got his 4. Donnie Hammond with a birdie at the 3rd, back to 9 under with John Cook, who dropped his shot at the first. Steady start from Gordon Brown Jr. And Andrew McGee, Jose Maria Olazabal at 6 under with Malcolm Mckenzie, who's had a couple of good holes. Birdied the 4th and the 5th to go back to 6 under par. And behind them, well, it's Chip Beck after 4 holes at 6 under. Ernie Els at 6 under after 2. Jamie Spence, Ray Floyd and Ian Woosnam, that group at 5 under. Sandy Lyle at 4 under. with Robert Carlson, who's through the 5th, Larry Rinker. Greg Norman, 3 under for his round today. And Duffy Waldorf, Mats Lanner, Billy Andrade, Paul Lorry and Hale Irwin, all at 3 under par. Peter Senior also 3 under after 7. Peter Mitchell's dropped a shot and he's back to 2 under. But he's picked up, what, 3 shots during the course of the day. And now all those players are battling for what, a place in the top 25 and an assurance of an Open qualification next year. Stephen Richardson in at 3 over par today. And Mike Harwood, the runner-up last year in that big group, at 4 over. South Africa's DeWet Basson. And there's William Guy, who couldn't believe it when he made the cut on Friday night. And he's battled away pretty well today in the company of Greg Norman. 4 over, though, after 14.
Second fairway, and conditions got very nasty indeed now. The wind has actually changed to about 45 degrees, so it's coming half against on this hole. So it's playing considerably longer for the second shot than it has been all week. Really did tip down there for a minute, and with the change of wind condition, it's bringing the clouds in from the other side of the estuary. Faldo some 126 yards away from the pin on an uphill line. That's not really going to help him too much, because we'll tend to lift the ball into the air, and that's really the last thing he wants on this short iron shot. Best, if you can, to keep the ball a little bit left of the pin. If you're not right on line, at least it leaves you a putt up the hill. Quite a severe slope on the right. But now very much a test for Fanny Sunesson down there, keeping the clubs dry. So easy just for a little bit of rain to get down the bag, and if that gets on the grips, it's really no joke at all. The rain getting far more intense over the last few seconds. It's really tippling down now. And this is just the moment when Nick's got to keep his concentration right on a peak.
Be quiet, please.
5, please.
Well, a few breaks in the cloud, but they're all behind Nick Faldo, the weather going away from him, and looking to the other side, some very black, showery clouds indeed on their way. Well, a good ripple of applause, but he's going to be rather disappointed with that one. Some 15 yards or so away from the pin. The only thing in its favour, he's putting up the hill.
Now looking at Donny Hammond, a very, very difficult shot here. He's gone into a clump of grass just behind the back of the 4th green.
Ernie Els, second shot at the 3rd. And a splendid shot there. Nice shot by Ernie Els.
That's Pate from just over 120 yards. Oh, and he's got that badly wrong, right onto the back edge of the green. Leaves himself a very long putt there, the best part of 25 yards, and there'll be a fair amount of slope on that too.
Okay.
John Cook playing completely oblivious to where the flag is because of that high bank, and he looks as if he completely lost control of his second shot. And how difficult it is to concentrate. I think this shower of weather, this squall will go over and pass, but it's been what the locals have been waiting for. They've been waiting to see the top players in the world tested as they can be on a seaside links. It's been also gentle for 3.5 days. Now you can see that Nick has got down into the shelter of the trees. The umbrella is not so difficult to control, but I can assure you that the putts that they both have will be difficult to control. The pin on that sort of front right portion in a slight basin, but both players to putt uphill first and then encounter the downslope to the flag. The sort of thing you want to do now is hang around for a while. Take as long as you are allowed to do to get your umbrella out of the way, change your waterproofs, do anything but prolong play until most of the squall goes through.
Elizabeth, second shot at the 5th. Doesn't like it on this hole. Has played the second easiest all week, and you can see why. Caught the little pot bunker just short right of the green. The hole, one of the 2 par 5s here on the front 9.
Donny Hammond at the 4th. This to save par. This for a 3, which he gets. Well done.
And back at the 2nd, Nick Faldo and Steve Pate. Another problem players face after a rain shower like that. Now you've got another long putt, which they both had at the first hole, but now how much is this rain going to do with the speed of the greens? You practice one speed on the putting green in the first hole, and it may have just changed a little with this rain. Steve Pate will putt first. May give Nick some idea of the speed.
Gordon Brand at the 4th. This to save his par. And no, he didn't read it at all well. On the low side, a stroke drop by Gordon Brand.
Chip back, second shot at the 5th, the par 5. Got it right on line. He's saying, "Ho." I don't really think he meant that. It needed to go, not ho.
Bit like a John Wayne film when you hear all these Americanisms. And the wind really sweeping across this course, coming in from the west, almost due west now, and extremely hard, uncomfortable. John Cook, we saw him pull wildly his second shot. Well, that was his ball disappearing for a birdie 3. Goes to 10 under, and he's well in it and looking quite relaxed, ignoring the rain. No waterproofs, no jacket.
At the 2nd, Steve Pate. Right about there, starts downhill and should break a little to the right. He did. Not a bad putt from where he was. Again, 3 or 4 feet by. No cinch par. Faldo also on and 2. This then is 3rd shot. It's okay. A little tentative maybe after watching Pace go by the hole, but Nick needs to get that in. He's going to finish.
David, you couldn't wish for a worse scenario for Faldo, could you, to having dropped a shot and then come to a complete change of weather, a complete change of pace on the green. It's exactly the wrong start for the big man.
It is that, and of course, I think he is such a tough competitor, Alex. I think probably Fanny had to even tell him it was raining. I mean, his concentration, his ability to block out so much contributes to really his great play. But this for 4. to hold a 3-shot lead in the championship. Nick Faldo. You can see there, 5 at the first and a 4 at the second.
Malcolm Mckenzie, 6 under par, 7th hole, the short hole, and look at that. That is so wide. Don't think we've seen anyone there for the whole week.
Steve Pate for his 4 at the second to stay within 3 of Nick Faldo. That absolutely was never had a chance. That's a full feint there, because there's no break, and that's one given away. You hate to see that. But a 3-putt after really caused more by the bad second shot than anything, I feel.
So the order of the challengers has changed. Behind Nick Faldo, John Cook with that long birdie at the 3rd. Second place on his own now at 10 under par. Steve Pate with that missed putt at the 2nd drops back into a tie for 3rd with Donnie Hammond at 9 under par. But it's a tough start for Nick Faldo. Gets his 4 at the 2nd.
Now Nick Faldo on the 3rd.
Right.
And, well, the skies look very dark and gloomy and away behind to the west. It doesn't look as if it's going to clear up for quite a spell. But the first hole is about 50-50, 4s and over pars on the first hole, so perhaps not such a dreadful start as you might have thought. But now's the time. The next 3 or 4 holes, he's got a chance, good chance for a birdie at the 5th, and there's a nice clean hitting for the next few holes for Faldo. Just like that. Perhaps a little down the right-hand side if you're talking absolute perfection. He's got to come, I think you'll see the green and the flag from there, but he's towards the right-hand bunker in the mounds up by the green rather than the middle of the fairway.
Cook, fresh after a birdie, 161 to the front, another 35 on, nearly at the back of the green. Tucked in the back, this pin, very difficult to get at. And this green will difficult to stop it to start with, because it's going to be skidding after the fresh rain, but he's in a marvellous shot, pin high.
Steve Pate at 3rd. Well, that's fine.
Ernie Els, who's had a poor start, dropped 2 shots in the first 2 holes, steadied himself with a par at the 3rd, but back to 600 at the moment. Tee shot at the 4th. Over on the right-hand side, and might run down the back. Yes. Well, I thought it disappeared as well. It's just gone into a little rain spot on the on the camera. But he'll have not too difficult a pitch back. He's just crept into view. And for the moment, the rain has, in fact, virtually stopped. I think they call it up here. We had a bluter then. The wind gets up, the rain comes for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then disappears again. Here's how this hole has been playing. A little bit over its par of 3. Same number of birdies as there have been bogeys, but a few 6 double bogeys throughout the championship.
Now, great applause for Lee Trevino, champion here some 20-odd years ago. And he's 4 over par for today and 4 over for the championship. As you see, the first 9 holes are a bit untidy.
Donny Hammond, who's had a couple of birdies already, he's in the right-hand rough at the par 5 5th hole. If he's got some sort of lie, he can get pretty close with the breeze as it is. No. It was worse than here, I thought. There's no problem there. He's knocked it up, giving himself a shot into the pin, which is in a fairly kindly position today, on the lower of the 2 tiers that constitute this 5th green, and the wind blowing the ball across and down towards the pin. There are only shots that arrive up on the right-hand side, but they're in 2, but sort of half a shot gone already. Donny Hammond, who's one of those chasing. John Cook having replaced Steve Pate as the man closest to Faldo. So 3 Americans hunting the championship leader at the moment.
The 18th now, Lee Trevino. Be nice if he could finish with a birdie, and he has. Well, what a grand way to finish. 74, finished with a couple of birdies. That could be the last time.
Faldo second to the 3rd. Awkward shot from 90 yards. Difficult to stop short here. He got his tee shot really in the wrong place. It was a much harder shot than it looked. He hasn't played it quite as well as he would like to have, but even then it was very difficult for him to stop the ball short of the pin.
This was Steve Pate's pitch before Faldo, and you can see from the left-hand side of the fairway had a perfect view of the flag. 1 pitch, 2 bounce, up she comes, starts to check, and that's well, only a couple of feet or so away. A beautiful shot from Steve Pate. It's almost certain to regain the shot he dropped at the previous hole.
Now Els, you can see his marker has chipped up from where he was some 5 or 6 feet short, and John Cook has this putt to get within 2 of Faldo. Both he and Pate started at 10 under. And while the roar wouldn't be quite what it would be were Faldo to hold a putt, Faldo would be aware of something going on if this goes in. Far away though, and those are the sort of putts that have to go in fairly early on, because if Faldo gets to the turn with a 3 or 4 shot lead, it's just probably then going to be too much for anyone to believe they can catch him. So they've got to catch him, get after him early.
Seventh hole, Malcolm Mckenzie, after that wicked tee shot, he was in all sorts of trouble and nearly redeemed himself. But that's a shot gone. It really was a wicked tee shot he struck into the breeze. Difficult hole today, the 7th.
Back to the 4th, and Els for a par. And he really needs this not to have the sort of the worst start of the lot of the leading players. He's got it. Well done. And will remain at 6 under. 2 over today, though.
Fifth hole, Donny Hammond's 3rd shot. Hammond at 9 under, tied for 3rd position at the moment with Steve Pate.
Well, he's leaving himself some very long putts, is Faldo. Clearing the crowd off the bank. A wodge of photographers up there. And they're allowed inside the ropes, no one else is. And even they have to go to allotted positions. And of course he doesn't want them, every time he looks up to look at his putt, he doesn't want to see them behind the pin. Faldo, long putt for a 3 at the third. Pace is pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, magnificent putt. You don't want to have to go through the afternoon knocking in 3 or 4 footers for pars. That was a very well judged putt. Because again, that little shower will have marginally changed the pace of these greens, Dave Marr was saying. In a sense, I am interested here that all golfers, most golfers, nearly every golfer, if he does mark his ball, if the ball isn't that close and just go up and sweep it in, they do tend to walk away, and that's their rhythm for the day. And Faldo noticed on the first particularly, and on the second, and here, he's continued putting. That's his plan for the day, when it's rarely within 2 or 3 feet. That's a good fall after a couple of indifferent shots to the back of the green.
Hammond at the 5th. Full shot. That's a lovely chip. It wasn't so easy.
Pate for a birdie at the 3rd. He gets back the shot. He dropped with such an awful putt at the 2nd. He goes to 10 under. Both he and Cook now 3 behind Faldo. A gain of 1 on the day.
So Steve Pate repairs the damage, back to 10 under par, and back to within 3 shots of Nick Faldo. Now with me behind the 18th is Ian Baker Finch, the champion of last year at Royal Birkdale. 68 today, which was the best of the 4 days. What did you rediscover today?
I guess I rediscovered a good attitude today. I felt like I was about 50 pound lighter out there. I blew my chances yesterday with a bad finish. I think I double bogeyed the last hole to shoot 72. And I went out there today in a very good frame of mind and was pretty relaxed and easygoing out there, and I hadn't been that way for a long time.
Were you feeling in any way burdened by coming here as defending champion with the commitments that you require to perform during the week and so on?
There was a burden doing all those things, yes, but certainly no burden in carrying the title of Open Champion. That's something that I've always wanted to do and wanted to hold, and it was just a great year. I enjoyed every part of it, and the first few days of this tournament were tough because of all the things I had to do, and it was just tough for me to stay in a good frame of mind, and that's why my golf wasn't quite as good. But I came back well today and showed some signs of redeeming myself later in the year.
Yeah. We're just about to see Gordon Brand, who's down at the 5th, putting for a birdie there. And we'll just see the result here. And this to go 8 under for Gordon Brand. And he's back to where he started the day. And you've just beaten the worst of the weather. How do you anticipate the courses changing now out there with the rain and so on?
I think if it rains, it'll actually get better. I don't... It's certainly no worse now than it was all day. I just think it looks worse now because the skies are overcast, but the wind is the same. It's been the same all day. It's been tough.
That was the tee shot on the par 3 4th of Steve Pate, and Nick Faldo dropped that shot at the first, but that's not hard to do today, is it, Ian?
No, I think if you take 5 at the first, you just try and make 4 at the 5th. The first hole being straight into the wind, and the 5th hole was a par 5 straight downwind. And I did the same thing. I made bogey there, and actually I made 5 at the 5th as well with hit a 5-iron over the back. But you have to forget par and bogey and birdie sometimes when the wind's blowing like this.
Yes.
Bogey's not a bad score.
What about this hole today, Ian?
It's straight downwind. You you don't think you can get there with a 7-iron, but you can. I'd be surprised if Nick's hitting anything more than 7. The wind always just, you can't feel it as strong on the tee as what it is out there. And 7-iron, middle of the green would be a good play.
So Holdie's played pretty well this week, and
real good shot.
Yeah.
Even though it's trickled over the back, it's not a difficult chip because he's chipping back into the breeze. And you know, he'll certainly make 3 and may even chip it in.
Final word on yourself, Ian. A lot of players find it tough to add the second major to the first. We think of Fred Couples, John Daly, Ian Woosnam as well. Has your position in the sport, your attitude to the sport and your attitude to yourself changed at all after last year?
I think I'm a little harder on myself, and I need to be a little bit more like I was today. Easy on myself, don't berate myself out there. It's very easy to take yourself a little bit too seriously at times, and I've been doing that a little bit too much lately. I need to go and relax, enjoy myself, and sure, it'd be nice to make a second major sooner rather than later. Yes. But in trying too hard to do that, as I said, you take yourself too seriously, and things become a burden when they shouldn't. So I'm going to go out and play and relax, and hopefully the second major will come in a couple of weeks' time at the PGA, but if it doesn't, I'll wait till next year.
Okay, you relaxed today and you were rewarded with a good round. Well played. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Donny Hammond at the 6th. Now the wind here, he turns at 90 degrees at right angles to the 5th. Wind now from the right, and all the danger really down the left-hand side.
Ernie Els at the 5th hole.
250 to the flag. He's missed the fairway, but he hasn't got a bad lie at all, but it's going to jump out of here very quickly. Wet grass, down the wind. Put a very good swing on it.
Gordon Brand, he playing with Donny Hammond on the 6th, just birdied the 5th. As I say, the safe side is down the right-hand side. Oh, that's blown into one of those 4 bunkers. Didn't bury it there.
John Cook, second shot at 5. Good hard bounce there, and a marvelous looking shot. See where it finishes. And a very good possibility there of an eagle 3 for John Cook.
Gordon Brand's tee shot we watched off tape, now live. We can only just chop it out, and if you find any of the bunkers here at Muirfield, particularly on the long shots, that's all you can do. So he's down there, not much further than a good drive would have finished. Donny Hammond, as I say, the right-hand side is the best place to go. We go back to the 4th.
Steve Pate, second shot at 4. And pitching back into the wind there. He didn't catch as much of the ball as he needed to.
You can just see the pin at the 6 in front of our camera tower at the far end there. It's a shot of over 220 yards to this green. Caught the edge of the bunker there. Could well end up in one. Well, that's not too bad. But he's got the bunker between his ball and the pin.
Faldo second at the 4th, the par 3. And not bad.
So the 3rd shot of Gordon Brand to the 6th. Come on, come on. Again, slightly, you can see slightly greener grass there, and died in it when he might have expected that to go bounding on.
Steve Pate at the 4th. This was par 3. Better hit it. And he has. Oh, good roll there. But a shot dropped. So he goes back to 9 under and 4 shots back of Nick Faldo.
Ernie Els is third at the 5th. Didn't catch the second shot. Now he's going to play that way up the top of the hill and watch this come down. Is he going to stop it? No, he's not. Now that's going to go scuttling over the back of the green into another bunker and having a horrid afternoon.
Well, they're all going to be important this afternoon. But this, particularly with John Cook so close in 2 at the par 5 next hole, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that the lead could be shared if he doesn't hold this. Faldo for a 3 at the 4th. He's done so. He's done so. He has putted so much better than in recent weeks this week, and that's an important one. 14 holes left, and he's continuing his policy of finding the line and believing in it and hitting the ball in firmly. So he stays in the lead by 3, but one has to believe that Cook will cut that down, because he shouldn't take more than 2 putts.
And as he moves to the 5th hole, the next hole he'll play, the par 5, which is played the 2nd easiest hole here this week at Muirfield. Looking back to the tee. Tee elevated a little bit. A hole that, of course, playing nowhere near the 559 yards is listed on the card. You can see today there have been 3 eagles, 20 in the championship. And playing now the easiest of the par 5s and the holes on the course.
Ernie Els. He's going to come back off the hill a bit. No. So he'll have that to say with par.
Donnie Hammond at 6 from a little bit of a downhill lie. Should begin to hold up just a little, but a hard shot because you're a little downhill lie and playing with the wind. Very difficult to stop.
You can see this tee is set up as a rectangular one, as most were of the old courses, and it pushes you down the right-hand side. You want to be to the left of that dark line which indicates the bunker, and you really have to consciously make an effort to go left of it, because the tee would send you further to the right. How about that? 16 bunkers this hole's got. He hasn't gone to pick his tee up immediately. Don't know why not. That's straight up the middle. Lovely drive.
This for an eagle 3 by John Cook, which would put him within 1 shot of Nick Faldo, the leader. And he's got it. John Cook, 2-time winner on the USPGA Tour this year, and having in his 2nd Open, finest Open of his life.
So a very serious challenge now to Nick Faldo, and that makes what Nick does on this par 5 fifth hole even more important. Really must pick up something to re-establish his command over the field. Now a one-shot gap back to John Cook from the United States. Never won a major championship, but 5 wins on the US Tour during his career, 2 of them during the course of this season. He's certainly in form in the early part of this season, and he's regained his form during the course of this week. Faldo at 13 under, playing the 5th. John Cook at 12 under, having just eagled the 5th.
Hammond for a 5 on the 6th. He must have dropped. I think, in fact, he was there in 3. Remember, he did second to the right, chipped to there. So this went for a 4.
Elizabeth at 7 for a par to stay 6 under. And he got it. Stays 6 under for the championship.
6th tee for John Cook. Position A. That is. Big bank there at the 6, which gives you another 50 yards. You risk the bunkers on the left-hand side, but that really gets you within about 170 yards of the green. There you are. You see, just if you drew a line across the fairway from the second up of those front 2 bunkers, that's where the ridge is, and then you drop down quite a steep bank, some 10 or 12 feet, as the hole turns round to the left. The draw off that solitary figure at the far end is about the way you want to aim. Els didn't hold that putt and took 6. Now he's hit that too far up to the right, and it hasn't got down the bank, so he's got something like 225, 230 yards still to go.
Donnie Hammond.
7th tee, Donnie Hammond, this par 3, 181 yards today. A wind from left to right, very strong across it, and a very difficult hole. The 4th most difficult on the course. Now that was a 4-iron. He's hit it straight at the stick. It's a beautiful looking shot, but it needed maybe 1 club more. And he's lucky with that shower of rain that it stopped it, the ball not rolling off down into that huge pot bunker on the right.
Steve Pate, second at the 5th. And that might be in that bunker just down to the left there, guarding the left front of the green.
And Faldo's second shot to the 5th, 225 yards. So this par 5, certainly a chance for him here to get a shot back. He can play a really good iron shot in. He may get an eagle putt, which would be very helpful with John Cook creeping so close. Yeah, I would say we'll just want to pitch this just short of the green or just on the apron. The moisture on the ground almost making the ball skid.
I'm not getting ready over this thing live.
Oh. It's been disturbed by a piece of litter, a large white paper bag that was blowing about behind him. Oh dear, that's in the same bunker as Pate. That's a deep bunker and he'll be coming downwind. A very difficult place to get it up and down from.
And we'll find out in a minute, but the danger might be, as that went in on the fly, as to whether it's plugged itself in the sand.
7th green, Donny Hammond. About 5 feet short of the green in the fringe and electing to use a putter. And with that huge shower we had, the greens have been dampened down and they'll be a little bit slower. He's putting uphill here. He's got to go over a ridge and it'll be quite slow. The wind more or less into his face. Of course, all these players not used to the seaside links golf that they don't get a chance to play in the States, and a lot of them using putters from off the greens throughout the week. He struck it very firmly. Oh, he couldn't have been much closer. Wonderful putt from Donny Hammond.
As Bruce was saying, there's a danger that the ball could plug for Faldo on the 5th hole, and that's exactly what it's done. It really is down there deep, the top of the ball, even below the sand. It is a horrible place. Faldo's problem will be that he would like to square up the face and play it that way, but he's right under the lip as well. Now Pate from the same bunker, but with a perfectly good lie and a lovely shot. Judged it well. Very difficult with this brisk wind coming from behind to get any real control on the shot, even from a good lie in the sand. But Faldo's got a whole different problem here.
That was for a 3 for Gordon Brand at the a birdie for, I apologise, for Gordon Brand at the 7th. So a good chance missed. He's back at the moment to 7 under par, 1 over today. Dropped just 1 shot at the last. And for the rest, over to Alex Hay.
Andrew McGee, the US PGA Tour player, on the 11th. He's gotten to 7 under. This for a birdie. Long hitting, always in the top 10 of long hitters on the US PGA Tour.
This is a very serious problem for Faldo. He's tried all sorts of ways in his own mind to play the shot. He's thought of coming out to the left sideways. He's thought of putting his left knee up the bank. But he could so easily just drive this ball into that revetted bunker face. It's a horrid place. The ball's so deep into the sand as well. It really is very unfortunate. Very hard with that knee up in the air to actually get in behind the ball. You're almost bound to hit it low from there. This is just the sort of luck that can cause players the loss of an Open Championship. It really is a vicious place down there. He'd like to open the face to get height, but he's then got to drive the club in low beneath the ball. The club can so easily skid through when you hit the ball in the equator, and that's straight in the face. Oh, he's done well. He's done very well. Onto the top plateau, leaves himself a long and very awkward putt down the hill, but could have been far worse.
John Cook, his second shot to the 6th. Partially blind, the shot. He's down in the hollow there. See him straining to try and see the top of the flag, and no need to worry, because that is another beautiful shot from this American professional who is steadily creeping his way up towards our leader.
Donnie Hammond, this at the 8th hole, 444-yard dogleg right, bunkers down the right side on the tee shot. This into the left-hand rough there, and of course you can see it from here. A lot depends on what kind of lie he's got. Garden Brand, 8th hole. Looks like it is also going to be in the same area where Donnie Hammond just went, and so much will depend on the lie, what they can do with their second shots.
Nick on the 5th green really has another problem here. He's up on the top ridge. It's a putt. He'll probably have to virtually putt along the top ridge and then let it fall left just at the end, and it would almost come in sideways. Otherwise he goes more directly at the hole, but the slope is very strong, running away from him, the wind's with him. If he can get this within 3 feet, he's done exceptionally well.
John Cook at the 6th, this to take him to 13 under, which would make him, or would have made him, joint leader in the championship. Cook playing wonderful golf. Faldo can do no better than a par at the 5th. Cook 12 under. Well, all courage to Nick Faldo. That really was a brave decision. He had to play away from the hole. It is at the 5th hole. It is a par 5. That's the only consolation. Nicely holed. Well, there's no man better equipped than Nick Faldo to withstand all of that sort of problem that he's had in the opening holes. Bunkered at the 1st hole, bunkered seriously at the 5th hole, but he still maintains a lead of 1 shot. Now Steve Pate, who played a superb bunker shot, he didn't have half of the problems here. The spot for a birdie. Nicely done by Pate. Takes him to 10 under par. And I think things are all beginning to hot up with the other American, Cook, up ahead, going so well.
Ernie Els after a birdie at the previous hole. Very good birdie 3 he had. This is a tough hole today, 167 to the front. He'll be punching a little 4-iron. Certainly the shot he tried to play, but it's gone way right in, over into the grandstand nearly, and certainly way over the gallery. Not the kind of shot he's used to playing, and certainly learning. John Cook, very close to a birdie at the last. He really thought he'd had it. He's playing very well indeed at the moment, but he would have learned something from that shot from Els. Probably the same club, but he will know to make sure they keep it down that left-hand side and let the wind do the work. He's hit it a bit higher, and that one too has gone way over past Els, and it's a long way offline. So this really is causing some problems for all the players.
Steve Pate. Drive it to 6th. And a beautiful drive, catches that hill that you heard Bruce Priestley talk about a minute ago, and gets a lot of yardage out of that. Pate has moved to within 3 of the leader, Nick Faldo, and that was a horrific bad break. He played a smart shot. Got his par. Just has to watch the bunkers on the left. If you miss a little to the right. And that's what he did. Of course, when you knock it to the right like that, you're not going to get the benefit of the hill, so you're going to have a longer second shot in than his fellow competitor that he's paired with. Nick has to just keep doing what he's doing. I mean, he's had really not a bad break at 1 after being in the bunker, but the break at 5, I mean, you could have made anything from there, Nick. And that was well done.
John Cook down here at the away to the right of the 7th. You can just see the flag fluttering at the top.
This is John Cook's ball, sitting quite well, but going to be hitting it into the wind. Actually got quite fortunate, really, because it's if he gets his weight right, it's not that difficult a shot. He certainly should be able to stop it out there because it's sitting out quite nicely. These players are such good spinners of the ball. And I think it will be all right. Els is, I think, is going to play first. The gentleman from Japan has just told me. Mr. Kiyata, member of the RNA. Ernie has got a not such a lush lie, a slightly tighter lie, but he's got a longer shot and got to come across the slope a bit more. It's a sandwich and it's spinning its head off, but I don't think it's going to stop that quickly. No, it didn't. Couldn't stop it out of there. Now, what's it going to do on this slope here? I thought the wind might blow it downhill, but it hasn't. Still got a putt for his par. John Cook, this will be just a sandwich, and he'll try and float it a bit more than Els did. Els hit it through the wind a bit. I think you'll see Cook get it up in the air a bit more so that it doesn't roll when it rolls as little as possible when it lands. Here he comes. What a good shot, but he can't stop it again. But he's got a 20-footer for a par, 2 very poor tee shots.
Donny Hammond at the 8th. This is his 3rd shot here at the par 4.
Back at the 6th. Faldo's 2nd shot, and we seem to have a little more weather looming just off the course there.
And it's easily going to be Nick Faldo to play first here. He's some 60 yards behind Pate. Got a high cutty shot, so although he hit driver, it's a very short one indeed. He's still got 230 yards to go with the wind coming from the right. The pin's 16 yards on today. Faldo, from this distance, his long irons were remarkably good yesterday. It really was the hallmark of his game, and he really wants another good one here to overcome the last.
Sure.
And that's nicely played. Just what the doctor ordered, that. So let's have a look at Steve Pate, who's hit a very, very good tee shot here, some 60 yards or so ahead of Nick. So he's reduced this hole to a drive and a second shot of 170 yards.
John Cook for a par at 7. Just winks out of the left side there, but 4 not bad after that shot he hit there. See his card with the eagle at the 5th hole.
Pate. 6th hole as he pushes it forward with a 5-iron, took a 3/4 swing, very easy. And that's done the job very nicely. Good shot, well controlled, kept it low and under the wind.
Donny Hammond at the 8th hole. He has this for a par. He's 8 under, and he's retrieved par at this tricky par 4.
Well, it's certainly not the stroll to victory for Nick Faldo that it was at St Andrews 2 years ago, but he's back to 2 shots in front with that drop shot by John Cook at the 7th. Faldo at 13 under, John Cook at 11 under, Steve Pate at 10 under, and it really does look between those 3. Andrew McGee, though, has made good progress up the leaderboard with an eagle at the 5th and a birdie at the 9th. But Faldo back ahead by 2 shots at 13 under. Meanwhile, at the 18th, former champion finishing, the 1986 champion, Greg Norman, and he's played well today. And this putt was for a round of 68 for Greg Norman, and that left him at 3 under par for the championship and the leading finisher at the moment.
Well, that was only the 4th under par round of the day, that by Greg Norman. That gives you an idea just how tough the course is. And now at the 8th hole, John Cook, who, well, rather disappointing when he, I suppose, getting the wind off the left shoulder at the 7th, and that really is not what you want on a strong seaside-y day. Now his tee shot, the 8th. There's a cluster of bunkers, 7 of them up on the right-hand side of this hole that you must get by. And he has gone well to the left. He's actually gone as far as the semi-rough on the opposite side of the fairway, just to avoid them. You just see the start of them there, a whole cluster.
Nick Faldo looking over his birdie putt here at the 6th. His lead has been cut in half. Started today 4 shots ahead of the field, but with a little bad luck by Nick and some good playing by John Cook. This would help, though, and get things going a little more in Nick's way. Putt of about 18 feet. Oh, it was left, but it'd be an easy par. May not be able to putt because he could be in Pate's line there.
Well, Azabal at the 9th is Par 5. This is his third shot. A very long par 5. This one into the wind, and a beautiful shot. It's absolutely into the teeth of the breeze. The flag doesn't show that, but you can see it's protected by the grandstands.
Faldo tapped his 4 in. Now it's Steve Pate's turn. Putt that would put Steve to 11 under, and in a tie with John Cook, just 2 shots back of Nick Faldo. And you see the hole there just in the left part of your screen. This man, excellent putter. And this he can be a little firm with. He likes it. And a good solid 3 there at the 6th hole by Steve Pate. Moves him within 1 stroke of Nick Faldo, the championship leader. See the card there with 2 bogeys, 1 a 3 putt at the 2nd hole. As they move to the hard 7th hole.
John Cook just off the fairway at the 8th at the dog leg. He has a shot of, well, it's getting on for a couple of 100 yards. This hole's so protected. The cross bunkers up the front there would come in on a different day if the wind was more southerly. They really should be of no danger. But once you get over those bunkers, you can see the flag between the 2 and over the top. The fairway just slopes all the way down, and it really does make it a tricky shot. Cook will be using at least a 3-iron here, thinking of the wind on the right of his, on the right side. Now he's holding that left wrist so strong. He's tried to fight the wind. Has he succeeded? Well, not quite. The wind took it over a little bit, but it's quite a good shot. Cook at 11, joined now by Steve Pate at 11, and just 2 behind Nick Faldo.
Well, the worst of the weather seems to be passing over as we concentrate on the intriguing contest which is going to decide this championship. Other news from out on the course, Sandy Lyle at the moment is 3 under for his round today after 11. Ian Woosnam 3 under for the championship as well through 9. The best rounds, Ian Baker Finch 68, Greg Norman 68. Craig Parry is in with a round of 71 at 1 over. And Paul Lawrie, who we were following a little earlier, the young Scot, is level par for his round today, 3 under par, the same as Tom Kite. And we've had a finish from Darren Lee, the young amateur from Essex. Assured of being leading amateur, he's the only player who made the cut. 76 today, 9 over par. And as I mentioned, Sandy Lyle at 3 under through 12 holes. John Daly today was in with a round of 75, 14 over par, went round in 2 hours 20 minutes with a marker.
Nick Faldo's tee shot at 7. This hole playing extremely hard. Wind off the left, and anytime you get a wind that sort of blows on your back there, it tends to make people come over the ball and hit fades or pulls. But Nick more than equal to the task. Marvelous shot by Nick Faldo there. And just before Nick hit, this is Steve Pate. I think teeing off on the right side of the tee there makes you aim, or the left side rather, makes you aim to the right, and he caught the bunker in the front. Nick, on the other hand, got over on the right side of the tee and shot more toward the left, which I think is the proper way to do it.
Donny Hammond here at the 9th. Now it's playing so long, 504 yards, and it's absolutely, you see the flags up on top, it's against the wind. Johnny Hammond drove in the rough, played out, and going in here with about a 3-iron for his third shot. He certainly controlled that. It started off beautifully low. And a good shot. It should work its way down now off that green. Well, they say they're not used to playing in strong winds, these Americans, but they do some wonderful things. Well, we've just heard that the rough lie that he had was even more so. He is actually just hit his 4th shot, not his 3rd. So a shot of almost desperation. He's got that putt left for a par 5. So he lies in 4th place right now.
Yes, wonderful shot there from Pate. A deep bunker, but it was on the upslope, and a beautifully executed shot. Faldo's game now really seeming to come good over the first 5 holes. He didn't really have a particularly good chance at holding any birdie putts, most of them from about 12-15 yards, even if he was on the green. But these last 2 holes, he's been within 30 feet, and that is best iron shot of the day. This hole playing just over 180 yards, and a magnificent tee shot for Nick. These were the sort of iron shots that he was hitting yesterday when he had a very controlled round, other than a slight wobble in the middle of the round at 9 and 10 where he missed a couple of 6-footers. His golf was absolutely impeccable.
David, would you think that this, the temperament and the attitude being displayed by Nick Faldo, does this remind you any way of the great Ben Hogan and his attitude to the game?
Absolutely, Alex. He is Hogan-esque as much as Nicklaus was, too. He really seems to be unflappable and just keeps trying to keep hitting good shots and not looking back at the bad break at 5, let's say. If he can just hold one putt here in a minute, that would certainly get him off in running. He hasn't made one yet.
Well, still, Faldo must wait and be patient. It's the word they use more in modern professional golf. They can play all the shots. It's a case of being patient for a birdie to come, and surely it will for Faldo soon. Wonderful galleries, record crowds again.
John Cook, 3rd shot, 8th. And not bad. Not bad on that good par 4 of 444 yards. And back at the 7th, Steve Pate, just for a par, staying a tie with John Cook at 11 under and 2 shots back of Faldo. And after another fine bunker shot, much like the one he played at 5, he escapes a little possible calamity there. Seventh hole. I mean, most people know Michael Benalik as the secretary of the R&A. Well, in the 72 Open here at Muirfield, he took a 9 on that 7th hole that we just saw, and maybe the most embarrassing moment of his splendid amateur career. He was asked by a friend, how did he make 9? He said, well, I missed my putt for 8.
Well, Steve Pate waiting to drive off at the 8th hole, and it gives me the opportunity to reintroduce Bruce Critchley to take you through this.
Thank you, Alex. Enjoy your cup of tea. I think this 8th hole is one of the very best holes here at Muirfield. The further you hit it, the narrower it becomes, and there's that great clutch of 7 or 8 bunkers down the right-hand side, and you want to go as close to them as you dare. And that's short and safe, but it's going to because it's a dog leg from left to right, it's going to leave a shot of, well, some 230 or 40 yards. There's a big bunker some 30 yards short of the green, which blocks out all but the top half of the pin. It's interesting, both Pate and Faldo were really very lucky here yesterday. Both did it further right than they thought they should and were within a yard or two of one of the bunkers. But neither of them on this occasion flirting with it, but of course it just leaves the longer second shot. In fact, that's bang in the middle from Faldo. You can just see the bank of the one that sticks out most into the fairway on the bottom left-hand side of your picture.
John Cook, tee shot at 9. This happens to be a provisional ball. And that is well to the right into the tall rough. I would assume if he hit a provisional ball that he's somewhere near the wall there, but Houston's out there.
Well, that was a very quick hook indeed. And he did clear this wall, which runs down the left-hand side of the 9th fairway. And there's one of the spectators, in fact, has collected it for him. I'm sure he won't want it, but he's played 3 off the tee.
So sad to say that the tee shot of John Cook is out of bounds there at the 9th hole.
And it was John Cook chipping in for an eagle at the 9th yesterday that really triggered his challenge, but now the 9th would appear to be his undoing. In trouble off the tee at the 9th, playing his provisional, and the 2-shot gap to Nick Faldo looks as if it might grow just a little, certainly in terms of John Cook's challenge. Faldo at 13 under, Cook and Pate at 11 under. And then 4 shots to the group of Andrew McGee, Jose Maria Olazabal, Gordon Brown Jr. and Donnie Hammond. Malcolm Mckenzie has continued his very good Open Championship, 5 under. And that's 8 shots off the lead, which is looking ever more secure with Nick Faldo.
And we'll show you John Cook's first tee shot here at the 9th. Give you an idea. And you can see that he's looking left and over the stone wall that marks the boundary. Now he's approaching his 3rd shot there. He'll now be playing his 4th. And he's playing it with like a short club there. We'll just have to see when he swings what sort of lie that he's come up with. And he's played well short of the and left there, which is the proper place to go, but he'll not soon forget the tee shot he hit here in the last round of the Open Championship.
And we're experiencing another storm here coming in as the rain tipples down. Faldo with 210 to go.
Quiet there, please.
210 yards and hitting a 3-iron.
Come on the fairway and you start talking. You can't talk when I'm lining up the shot, okay? I'm not talking. Well, somebody was, okay?
Well, he's done the correct thing, whatever it was that upset him, and he's put his club back in the bag, and he'll go back and completely start the preparation again. Pick the club up. But he is certainly perfectly capable of putting all that out of his mind. Faldo's second shot then to the 8th. straight at the pin to start
Kick
with.
right. Kick right.
He had kick right and it didn't. It went to the way. And little differences in colour on that green tell you that it's, again, the old sort of smooth out, crumpled piece of paper of a putting green. And from the left-hand side, shot of similar distance. Oof. Now that pitched sort of almost on the back of the bunker that I was talking about a little earlier on and shot forward. So a bit of bad luck, but also some good luck that it didn't run into the bunker at the back of the green.
Malcolm Mckenzie of Sheffield is second to the 12th, now 5 under for the championship. And a beautiful shot there by Malcolm.
Donny Hammond from the right-hand rough at the par 4 10th. The wind is from the left and helping now as they set out on the second 9. Again, rather like the 8th. Rather like the 8th. There's a pair of bunkers short, quite well short of the green, some 100 yards, which in Maine you can only just see the top of the pin. Gordon Brand, who's one of 4 players on 7 under par. His second at 10. So just 1 over today, out in 37 against a par of 36.
John Cook. This is 5th shot. It's the 9th hole. And he's played it up the left side, but a little too much so. It's going to work its way down some. I think with the moisture on the green, that may have been all right. The first 3 days, you can see, of course, now it's light rain, not quite as strong as it was when Faldo was getting ready to play his second shot at 8.
So a sort of bit of an in and out afternoon, certainly of the waterproofs and the umbrella. I think it might be Steve Pate to play first. And with John Cook having his problems at the 9th, it's now, and probably going to drop a couple of shots there, you'd say that the championship is now within the gift of the last group. Pate a couple of shots behind Faldo. The next best, apart from John Cook, will be Laswell, Brand, Hammond at 7 under, which is 4 behind Pate. And Faldo will have the advantage of watching how Pate's ball performs on its way to the hole. He won't enjoy, as he's now a sort of bit of a match play situation, how well Pate played it. Very good shot. And he does well. I mean, golf by Steve Pate is, it's almost at times early Ballesteros style, all over the shop. Rescues putts, only his 3rd par of the day. Three birdies and 2 bogeys. And it was very much the medicine, the mixture as before yesterday. Much the same shot for Faldo, his 3rd to the 8th. He seemed to hit that harder. Now, he's left himself a couple of those which he's held most notably at 4 and 5 at a crucial point. And in a way, not a dissimilar sort of pattern to the day as developed in 1990 when he won at St Andrews, because there he started that day with a 5-stroke lead, and Payne Stewart came out of the pack and got within a shot or two of him.
And just ahead, this is John Cook at the 9th, just for his 6th, a bogey, which would drop him down to 10 under. Looking good. Looking good. I want my mommy. 7 there. Double bogey for John Cook. Drops him back to 9 under and 4 shots back of the leader, Nick Faldo. And there you get an idea of the rain. Nice and steady now.
Faldo for his par at the 8th. He's done it again. Gosh, he's held out well today and all week. 3 very good putts. He stays at 13 under and 2 ahead of his playing companion of the day, Steve Pate, and 4 ahead now of John Cook.
Elizabeth second to 11. 7 under and in a 3-way tie, 4th place. Even par for his round today. And a very nice shot by Jose Maria. There you see he's out in 36, even par, and a nice 4 at the 10th hole. Looking and hoping that this rain might go away, but looks like he may be going for his rain suit.
So the easternmost part of Muirfield, Archerfield Woods in the background there, and there's the wall over which John Cook hit his tee shot, a very difficult one, back into the wind. He's watching it, and I think he's had something of the same, not over the wall, because he hit it very low and I think left. Not a thing of beauty and a joy forever, that one, and a bit of encouragement though to Faldo. There's a bunker up the left-hand side, which is not in reach. You can see it when we look through our other camera. That's about 260 yards from the tee, but in this wind and in these conditions, it's not a feature. And the fairway really isn't at all wide. 504-yard par 5. The way he reacted to that, we'll give him, well, under the circumstances, we'll give him 10 out of 10 for that. That's fine now. Very doubtful he can get home in 2. But compared to the other contenders for the first prize at this particular moment, that was by far and away the best shot. There is this whole 8 eagles in total, one of which Faldo had on day 2, and that really was the beginning of his rush from sort of in the pack to head of things.
This is Donnie Hammond for 4 at 10. And he looks now he's going to make a 5 there and start the back 9 not in good fashion with a bogey.
Another reminder of what's happening on the leaderboard. Faldo by 2 from Steve Pate. Faldo heading to the 9th. Steve Pate alongside him, and John Cook leaving the 9th, having suffered all that damage. Double bogey. Jose Maria Olazábal at 7 under par. Not going to make his first major title here, but he's certainly going to get his first or best finish in the Open Championship, beating the 11th tie that he achieved in 1987. He's together with Gordon Brand at 7 under par, but that's 6 shots back of Faldo.
Now Malcolm Mckenzie on the 13th hole, after by far and away the best shot of the day, has this putt for a birdie to bring him to 6 under par, which is just 1 shot behind Gordon Brand for the leading British professional. apart from Faldo, of course. Oh my goodness, after such a great shot. What a waste.
Elizabeth at 11. This for a 3 at this shortish par 4. 11th hole, 385 yards. The only blind tee shot on the golf course. A nice par 4. As you saw, out in even par. Started back with a par at 10. Just to put him 8 under and all alone in 4th place. Got it, so he moves 1 under for the day's round, 8 under for the championship, and into 4th place all by himself. You can see there 3 birdies and 2 bogeys in today's round, and as so many have done there, a bogey at the very first hole, and now the rain has stopped, and a little embarrassing to try to get out of your rain suit there gracefully.
Steve Pate was off that snap hook. It was very long rough indeed. It was so deeply buried. He's decided to take a penalty drop. He's declared the ball unplayable. Brought it back under the spectator crossing. So he's come back from where the original lie of the ball was, some 25 yards. But he's still got a very difficult shot. There's a lot of bunkers up ahead of him and a very slim neck of fairway. He's now playing his 3rd shot. That was a low skimmer too. That clipped the rough just ahead of him. Good shot though. Heading down the fairway, and the best now he can do is to get on in 4 shots.
Well, John Cook, like Steve Pate, going through a mid-round crisis. Hit it, missed the fairway by miles. 220 yards to go. Another bunker lurking short of the green if he wants to try and run it, so he can't do that. That's in danger of going towards it.
Lazabal, tee shot at 12. Back into the breeze, 381 yard par 4 down. And that's the best side to come in from. There's a bunker in that bank that you can see bottom right of your picture, but he's well short of that.
Faldo's 2nd at 9. And another very nice shot, and the 2 best shots we've seen at this hole in the last hour or so at this dangerous par 5. Nick 1 over for his round today. Just the 1 shot at the first hole where he drove in the bunker, and from there in 7 pars.
5 under Chip Beck, driving at 12. He too just taking an iron. Distance not the problem. Keep it in play. Quite a wide target, this fairway, but that's over the other side. An enormous green that's good 18 yards wide and 33 yards from front to back. So Lazabal now slowly moving up the leaderboard in 4th place, all on his own at 8 under.
Gordon Brand Jr. 2nd at 11. Ooh, and he got a hard kick there. Man playing in his 15th Open Championship, and this is by far his best showing. Before now, its best showing was a tie for 19th.
And Pate just dribbled into that mid-fairway bunker, leaving himself 165 yards to the front of the green. So he's got a long shot here. He's going for it. He's taking a 5-iron. Well, he came out to the left with a big fade on it. He was anxious to miss the bank, but it's too much of a fade. And that misses the green over on the right, and I dare say that's in sand again.
It is indeed, Clive. It's really become a horrid hole for the two challenging Americans. You might also say the ninth may well be the nemesis of their challenge.
Donnie Hammond, his second shot to 11. Oh, and that got a very hard bounce, and not a good one into the bunker to the left side there.
John Cook, his third shot at the 10th hole. These Americans are very good at this shot. They'll see the ball will move from right to left. It's only a shot of about 45 yards. Now that should grip on its second bounce if all goes planning. There we go. Not bad at all, is it? They do play these shots well, these boys.
Donnie Hammond back at the 11th. Donnie Hammond, who took 3 trips to the qualifying school to get out and won his first tournament in a playoff with John Cook, who we just saw play that marvelous little wedge at the 10th. But anyhow, Hammond's third shot. Well, not as good as you see sometimes. I know that's a hard shot, but these guys, when they have good lies, they fully expect to put the ball within 3 or 4 feet of the hole. And even though that shot was made a little harder by the fact it's sort of downwind, downhill there.
And at this precise moment, the man who's going best, Lazabal, his second to 12. You can just see the pin there just to the left of the tower. 5 yards in from the right-hand side. A shot of only about 140 yards and right on line and absolutely spot on in terms of direction and strength.
Faldo, third shot at 9. And maybe just a little aggressive. Just can't get anything where he's got to do it easily. He's really had a hard playing front 9 in a sense. Steve Pate. And the wizard of the bunkers there has played another marvelous bunker shot here. And he had started the hole at 11 under, but he's going to drop a shot or 2 here.
John Cook gets his par at the 10th. Hard work for him too. He'll stay at 9 under. And might shortly be joined by Lazabal at that point. He's got that short putt at the 12th of a birdie 3.
Gordon Brand Jr. at the 11th, this for a 3. Oh, just along the low side there, but a good speed.
Mckenzie has had a couple of days to be proud of. Ian Woosnam a shot behind. Paul Lawrie, the young Scot from the Tartan Tour of last year. 3 under par with Sandy Lyle and Robert Carlson, who came through qualifying, the Swede. Ian Baker Finch with one of the best rounds of the day so far, a round of 68. Greg Norman had a 68 as well. Hale Irwin at 1 under. Duffy Waldorf finished at level par. Russell Cochran of the United States just finishing as well. And Craig Parry finished at 1 over, along with Jody Mudd. And that's his most disappointing finish in 4 Open Championships. Jody Mudd, first 3 has always been in the top 5. Tony Johnson, the PGA champion, in some good company at 2 over par.
Faldo for a birdie at the 9th. So it's No shots picked up on the outward 9, and the one dropped at the first, so it's out in 37, 1 over, stays at 13 under. And it may be a slight disappointment, but it's a hole that's, in more ways than one, has been very kind to him this week. Gave him a 3 2 days ago and has taken his nearest challengers further away from him. And Pate has this for a 1 over par 6. Got it. But that drops him back to 10 under par, and once again Faldo's lead is 3 shots. 9 holes left to play.
Nick Faldo started the day 4 clear, dropped a shot at the first, and now with Steve Pate faltering along with John Cook, he's back with a 3-shot cushion at 13 under par. Pate at 10 under and John Cook a shot further back. Jose Maria Olazabal at the moment on his own in 4th at 8 under par, but playing very, very well indeed. Gordon Brand has had a pretty consistent day, remaining at 7 under.
Chip Beckett, the 12th hole, this to save par. And he just lets it move out to the right. A man that shot 67 Saturday for low round yesterday. You can see Chip's card here. 2 over on the front. And that's where he stands. Started the day 7 under.
Good crowds have come out all week. Perhaps yesterday they were the biggest. Not quite so many today. As Faldo sets out for the last 9 of this championship with his overnight lead just cut by the 1 shot at this point.
Great shot.
And you can just see it on the right-hand side of the fairway up the top of your picture there, the bottom side as we look at it, so that'll do very nicely. There's a couple of bunkers up that right-hand side, but he's past them.
Olazabal for birdie at 12. Ooh, I thought it was a little too quiet, but he moves to 9 under and then a tie with John Cook in 3rd place. See, birdies at both 11 and 12. 2 under for today's round by the very fine 26-year-old Spaniard. And I'm going to be moving along now, and if I could introduce my fellow professional, from the fine club at Woburn, Mr. Alec Hay. Alec, take him home.
Thank you, David. We're looking at Gordon Brand playing his 2nd shot from thick rough at the 12th. Unfortunately, we can't quite see where it finished. Playing in over a rather high mound there, you can see the rough grass between him and the green.
Pate at 10. Now he had a duck hook off the 9th, and you can see like John Cook, he misses this to the right, and may well be not far from where that gentleman's going.
So Olazabal duly getting that birdie at 12 and moving into a tie for 3rd with John Cook. And perhaps if Faldo falters, then the Spaniard is the man that he should fear most. Came back in 32 last night and capable of real bursts of scoring, especially in this kind of situation. But Faldo at 13 under, Pate 3 shots back, and then another shot back, Olazabal and Cook. Gordon Brand 7 under.
the 13th tee, Olazabal, who is beginning to make his move up the board. Now at 9 under, started the day at 7 under. And this only an 8 iron, bunkers right and left of the green. You can see them pits there. Well, the way he forced that, it could even be a 9 iron he was using. It should stop. Up the bank it comes. Tricky sort of downhill Paddy's left himself, but nice to be on the green just the same.
From the wrong side of the short par 4 11th, Ernie Els, the pin cut over the left as well, and the bunker between his ball and the pin. But he's played an absolutely exquisite shot. Look at, how about that? He pitched it on a sixpence.
Playing with Olazabal, and Roddy is out there. This is Chip Beck.
Yes, the 13th. It'll be interesting to see whether Beck would dare to challenge this flag, which is tucked in behind that pot bunker just 4 yards from the left-hand side of the green. Well, that's caught the big bunker on the right of the green. So, but Olazabal with a good chance for birdie.
Now, from the right-hand side in the rough, as we thought, Steve Pate.
To go. $205 yards to go for Pate from the wet rough as he scuttles it off to the left side. Little pot bunker over there on the left, but that comes up nicely short for him. Leaves him padding up the length of the green. The breeze on this hole, which has dropped a little bit, coming straight across from the left. Faldo some 5 yards further on, but coming from the fairway, which will make a significant difference, gives him a chance to attack this pin. 200 yards to go. The biggest danger, the small pot bunker on the front right, but I'm sure we'll see Nick bring this one in from the left. Yes, that's a much better shot than yesterday when he hooked it off into a left-hand bunker in top 5. This looks like a 3 coming up.
John Cook at the 11th. So good at bunker play, and just look at that one. Unfortunately, the wind holding it up, otherwise it might have gone in the hole.
Well, the ball of Faldo there, nestling, offering the opportunity of a birdie. Here's how it's played. It's well, it's played quite tough. It's a full distance for a par 4, 475 yards, but certainly many more shots over par than underneath.
Bruce, it's interesting that in 1987, when Nick Faldo won the championship here, he went round with 18 consecutive pars. And today, having dropped the shot at the first hole, since that moment he's parred every hole. It would be rather nice if he broke all of that with a birdie here, wouldn't it?
It would indeed, and one almost senses he comes onto the 10th green, the beginning of the sort of the triumphal cheers. They know there's some tremendous scoreboards around this course. They know he's 3 shots ahead. He's got 2 chances of increasing that lead here. His nearest challenger, Pate, has got to get down in 2 for his par. And Faldo himself, even then, has that putt for a birdie.
Now, Jose Maria Olazabal had a good hard look at that leaderboard as he walked onto this green, and this is a vital putt for him if he's to get within range of Faldo.
It's put into the wind so he can afford to be quite firm with it. The rain has taken the speed out of the greens. Not much of a break either way on this. He struck it very firmly. No, he just misread the end of it. Broke away to the right.
It looks very flat, this shot that Steve Pate faces here to 10. Third shot, chip and run. Out in 36, a mixture of birdies and drop shots. A strange round, but some wonderful recovery shots from the bunkers, particularly that one at the ninth when others would have given up hope. Now a complete horseshoe there of spectators and the wonderful crowds here. They're very knowledgeable and everyone has appreciated and encouraged Nick Faldo. There's no question about that. This man has a determination that we haven't seen in a golfer for years, almost generations. Henry Cotton, who won here, he was an Englishman who had such dedication. Professional he was then in those days at the lovely Ashridge Club when he came and won here. Strangely enough, 3 professionals from that club in the top 20 in that Open Championship, which was something special. Now Faldo, he hasn't had a birdie all day. In the last round here, as I said earlier, he had 18 pars. Should think a little touch of break from the right. And he's practiced the stroke for hours. Didn't allow quite enough on the high side. But nobody can say that he's just playing for pars. I can assure you he's trying his heart out for birdies. Still he has a 3-shot lead over Pate, and Pate yet to hole out here.
Laswell got his 3 at the 13th. Now he moves into 2 of the hardest holes of the back 9, 14 and 15. 2 long par 4s running in the same direction and into the breeze.
No, shit! Damn it!
Don't think he liked that very much. Oh, and I'll tell you what, he's had a wonderful break. There are 3 bunkers up the left-hand side. He thought he was in it. And he'll probably just be able to see it. He can see the fairway all from there, and it was the second one, I think, of those 3 bunkers up the left-hand side, and it pitched straight into the face of the bank leading into it, and which killed it stone dead, crept up the top, and that's a tremendous break, because if he'd gone in there, he could only have chopped it out halfway to the green. But you do get the feeling that Elazabal's trying, don't you? Now Chip Beck, who one of the iron men from the United States, always a couple over today, 5 under, dropped one at the last. No reaction from the gallery at that end, which means it's not a string of applause, but it's over in there, which is not the very worst. The bunkers are the very worst result, but I doubt he'll have a good enough lie to find the green in 2.
Back to the 10th Pate. If he misses this, Faldo has the 4-shot lead he started with. He doesn't though. He's still within a shot, or 1 better than he was when he set out.
John Cook on 12, his second shot. Just a punch 9-iron. This hole teasingly in the right-hand corner today. Pin set this week by Alex Dickey and Hugh Campbell of the Royal Ancient. Some very nasty places today they found.
So Faldo remains 3 clear after Steve Pate holed that brave putt. Jose Maria Alathabal, John Cook at 9 under. McGee and Gordon Brown Jr., who dropped a shot at the 12th, at 6 under. Jamie Spence, Malcolm Mckenzie, 5 under. And it's all building up to its climax. Larry Rinker, Chip Beck, Donny Hammond has dropped back. 3 shots gone in the last 3 holes. Ernie Els still playing so well. Mark O'Meara with a splendid round today of 69. Ian Woosnam is 3 under par after 14. And there you see the name of Tom Kite, who's finished at 2 under par. And here's how the new US Open champion completed his round. Rather disappointingly, he dropped a shot at the last and finished with a round of 72, 2 under par. But a good 4 days in his 14th Open Championship.
Faldo then to drive at the only blind tee shot on the course. Up over the hill at the 11th. A lofted wood he used there. It wasn't a driver. Frightened to hit the driver because of that bunker there you see coming into view. A little 4 wood, I think it was. Now Pate even more wary of the bunker. He's using a 1-iron. Complete contrast of swings from these 2 players. But the result not that dissimilar.
Alex, a very interesting statistic. Although he's level par, Steve Pate, he's actually 1-putted the last 8 greens, and he's only 2-putted the first 2 greens. So it's a sort of measure of his golf that he's had 8 1-putt greens and is level par. Now here's the very lucky Elazabal off that tee. John Cook at the 12th. This to go to 10 under. Join Steve Pate. He's done it. He's done it. And that'll cheer him up after the trials and tribulations of the 9th hole. And back within 3 shots of Faldo. And once again, I will now hand you over into the tender loving care of Peter Allis.
Thank you, Bruce. And, well, you can see the skies are a bit gloomy, but the golf certainly isn't. The excitement levels are very high. A bit of everything, something for everyone. Now, this young fella here, all he needs to do, having had a few strokes of good fortune, is a couple of good irons and a couple of good putts. Remember when Trevino won here, he had, what, 4 or 5 birdies? He finished the round with umpteen birdies. Will history repeat itself? He could set the target. That in. Pops that in, goes to 10 under. And suddenly things could all change.
The 11th, the second shot of Steve Pate. 133 yards to go, which we'll be playing a 9-iron today. The pin is cut back left on a shelf about 8 yards by 8. We got good grip there. Another hop that could have easily bounced through. Quite a dangerous pin placement, this. If you try to be too clever and hang the ball out on the left, there are a couple of large bunkers waiting down that side. You're not quite brave enough. You pitch into the bank, and if you pitch it up by the pin, you've got to get a lot of stop on the ball or it'll go straight through the screen. Then 9-iron. He attacked it. The breeze didn't knock it over. Misses the green on the left.
And if you're wondering why that stands empty, that's away on the other side of the course, so it's certainly not alongside this green.
Jamie Spence, 5 under. Here he is. He's had a lovely round of golf today, coming up the 18th. 1 under for the round, and not the easiest of conditions, and that you can see drawing it into the flag, which is right at the back portion of the green.
John Cook at the 13th. Tied for second, 10 under par. That's all right. The wind, I think it dropped just a touch. Else 3 over for the day, 5 under for the championship.
Jamie Spence, a bit of a break here at the 18th from the right, hoping to get another birdie, but not quite hard enough.
Faldo on the 11th with a minor crisis here. The green running away from him. Very difficult shot. He didn't play it that badly, but that gives you some idea of just how difficult it was. Almost impossible to get the ball within better than about 4 yards.
14th green. That's a ball for another birdie. You can see he's aiming well out to the right. Just a simple shot like this can mean so much. 2 or 3 of these, and who knows, he might be the champion. But you've got to get him in first. He was a little bit unsure. And you can see how much swing there was there. And the wind blowing across, not easy.
Steve Pate at the 11th is for a 3. It's not going to turn. He aimed out to the right and it just kept going further away. So difficult to read. The massive greens they are, the undulations are all delicate. Now Nick Faldo, of course, he has dropped 1 shot already today to par. He dropped that at the first hole. He bunkered his tee shot and he's parred everything since, almost as you would expect. He has had no luck with the putter. He had bad luck at the 5th hole where his second shot, which seemed a very good iron shot, absolutely buried itself. He really could do with a kind piece of fortune. You get quite a different view as we back up and look out across the rest of the course and the 1st, the 4th, and the spectators all around. Some 17,000 seats in grandstands around the golf course. And spectators, of course, hugging the 18th fairway for a good view of the finish, as well as those out here. Now Faldo really must get this in, one feels. Time for a kind break. It hasn't come around. Pates didn't turn. His was for a birdie, but Faldo was for a par. So he goes to 2 over for the day and back to 12 under for the championship. And his lead is now only 2 shots over the 2 Americans, and that's one of them, Steve Pate. The other is John Cook.
Sandy Lyle at the 17th for an eagle 3, and he's not up. Sandy got away to a very poor start, opened up with a 6 and then played along nice and steadily. He's 5 under, level par for today, so this in and a 4 at the last, and it'll be round in 70.
Pate preparing to drive. He wouldn't believe he could have picked up a shot at the 11th, which is probably the easiest hole on the course. And this one probably the second easiest. .381 yards, and there it is. It's all right. The bunker to come in across, but the green is holding and the wind is against. Now Nick Faldo. Funny, all the things that were being said, if he could just knock it round in a steady 71, he wouldn't. They'd all have to do 66s and 7s to catch him. But now we find him. Just look at that card. There's nothing white on it. There are no birdies, no eagles, just a couple of nasty strips underneath which say that it's a dropped shot. Now he must keep his swing going. That looks to be all right. Keep it in play, and surely a birdie putt will go in. That's the ideal spot. You'll see, in over those bunkers. 4 or 5 bunkers around the right side of the green, and the flag at the front portion.
John Cook, the 13th, long putt for a 3, another birdie. Well, just fooled him.
Sandy Lyle on that leaderboard, which is good to see after the problems that he's endured in recent years. But as for Nick Faldo, well, there's absolutely no opportunity to relax. He stretches the lead out to 4 shots, and within minutes it's back to 2. Faldo at 12 under from John Cook, and Steve Pate tied for second at 10 under par. Alathabal menacing at 9 under par after 14 holes, and then it's Brand and McGee 7 under and 6 under respectively. And Faldo must put out of his mind any negative thoughts that might be the legacy of the big leads that he lost in the final rounds of the Irish Open and the French Open recently. Concentration is the key now. Mark O'Meara, Jamie Spence in the clubhouse at 4 under par. Malcolm Mckenzie coming towards the end of a very splendid Open Championship for him at 4 under. Qualified at Gillen, headed the qualifiers.
Ian Wisdom at the 16th. 3 under. 2 over today. 3 under for the championship. Out in 38. Really nothing happened. Just that one birdie at the 10th. Hopefully for him another one here at the 16th.
John Cook driving down this 14th. And this is normally the stage where the 14th and 15th are head on into the wind, and it tests the swings if there are any weaknesses. But at this moment, the wind seems to be dropping away.
And Pate, who could also do with a putt. He's got 160 to go to the pin. Hitting in a very controlled 5-iron. Nice shot there, pin high. Degrees of siding. Faldo's hit a very long drive down here. I think the thing about Faldo is he's only had one one or two single putts today, which doesn't really hold anything of any great length. Not for birdies that he's had that many opportunities, in fact. Nick's got 120 yards here, so only a 9-iron. It's the hole he birdied yesterday, and that really brought him to life. Another one today would really do him some good. So, two pulled short irons in a row, both with 9 irons. That really a very long way off target, and that leaves him quite a long putt coming down the hill.
'15th, Jose Maria, 9 under, had a good chance at the last hole for a birdie. Well, a number of players have finished in a blaze of glory with birdies on the last 3 or 4 holes. Who knows? Really holding the face of the club towards the target. And, well, not bad.
John Cook on 14. This is his drive, excellent drive, absolutely bisected the fairway. 160 yards to go. Only a light breeze at the moment, so these holes really aren't quite as hard as they have been. Well, that was a 6-iron. That's not too dusty, is it? Certainly a putt to go 11 under. And I think these 2 holes, 14 and 15, could easily be the answer to the championship.
Over to Faldo now at the 12th. And, well, you saw John Cook and Ernie Els, they're playing their seconds to the 14th, so the last pair are just taking their time. And Faldo, after that rather poor second, and now he's in the situation now where he's still 2 strokes ahead, and this is where the game of golf really comes into its own, the plotting and the working out of things. The one thing he mustn't do, of course, is 3-putt. If he just keeps getting pars, it may be rather dull and not very exciting from his point of view, but it means the others have to get birdies to go past him or catch him. Now, the one cardinal sin here would be the 3-putt. I mean, he's a long way away, and the chances of holding this putt really are, oh, I don't know, one in a dozen, I suppose, maybe a bit more than that. So he's made the error with the second shot here, so he doesn't want to compound that by taking 3 putts. Good speed. That's a wonderful putt. Now, you probably look a bit disenchanted with that, dead on line, but that really was a magnificent effort from such long range. No stress and strain on trying to hold a 3 or 4 footer for a par. Well, as Clive was saying, he's not really holed any putts.
Ian Woosnam, whose tee shot at 16 almost went in for a 1. And then he gets a 2 and he gets a birdie, which improves things a little bit. Gets him back to 4 under for the championship.
Steve Pate for a birdie, the 12th. Well, that was a very good effort, and I think it's interesting how statistics can fool you. I believe I'm right. Pate's had almost one putt at every green, by the mere fact that he's chipped up and held 4 and 5 footers. We're on the 12th green. I don't suppose he's had more than about 14 or 15 putts. And yet we tend to think that he's been a bit unlucky on the greens.
You know what the first Open champion said, Peter? A man who can putt is a match for anyone.
Old Willie Park knew him well. Knew him well. I suppose he was from Musselburgh too, was he?
Well, yes, he was.
I thought so.
I didn't wish to say that. It's not for me to say. Now, all at the bow. 15th. And at 9 under, he is posing a bit of a threat. I think that the 16th we saw Woosnamath get a 2, and then 17 he can get up in 2. Now, this for a 3. But he was short at the last hole with a golden opportunity, and I have a feeling he's done the same. Suddenly there's very little wind blowing down these greens. The 14th and 15th for the 3 days of the championship, the wind whistled across them, gave them a frightening speed when you were coming down it. But it's dropped away, and it's probably the course is virtually at their mercy now.
John Cook for a birdie at the 14th.
It's a difficult putt. This the pin is cut in a little pimple just in the front of this green. It's going to come from the right up the hill and round to the right. No, it doesn't read it. Difficult putt. One that got away. Really needed to hold that.
Thirteenth tee, Steve Pate. 10 under, 2 behind the championship leader, Faldo, tied with John Cook. Lassabelle 1 further stroke behind, and then Gordon Brown 3 behind that. So really, it's a 4-horse race at this moment. There's the target. You see the flag isn't quite whizzing as fast as it was. It tucked away on the left-hand side, difficult to get close. Almost seems to decelerate at impact on occasion. But that's nicely on, and a very holeable putt for a birdie.
To the 15th green quickly. Lassabelle there putting for a par 4. That's nicely done. A nice confident look about him again. Not seen it for a while.
Back to the 13th, Nick Faldo's tee shot. You've got to get this ball up onto the green. They're about 15 or 16 yards before the green flattens out. If you land it a bit short, kills the ball and it'll come back to you, bottom of the hill. 8 iron. Well, you see, he's on the greens, but this is okay, but he's a long way away and very awkward to get close to this flag anyway. And as long as the others don't start holding putts and Faldo doesn't drop shots, he's going to be okay.
John Cook taps in at the 14th for par. And Cook stays at 10 under, just 2 behind Faldo. 7 at the 9th, what a pity.
Sandy Lyland has been a very good week for Sandy, and he's getting a very good ovation here on the 18th. Heading for a round of 72. He dropped a shot at the last, but Sandy Lyle finishing at 4 under par, and a very, very popular performer this week. Meanwhile, Faldo by 2 from John Cook and Steve Pate. Lassabelle at 9 under par. And very much a side issue for Faldo this week. If he manages a finish in the top 6, and he seems pretty well assured of that, then he resumes his position as world #1, with Fred Couples having missed the cut earlier in the week.
Well, Lassabelle at the shot 16th. Can he get as close as Woosnam did? Well, he hit it very hard. That looked like a 5 iron. Pushed it a touch and oh dear, into that bunker. Right at the bottom of the bunker, he's a wizard there, but it's 2s that he wants, not 3s. And you can see how he's suffering. He has not been a happy boy for about 12 months now. This young man who won the World Series in America 2 years ago by 12 strokes from the best field in that country.
13th green, Nick Faldo, first to putt. Just a moment to send my congratulations to the Octorada Golf Club, celebrating 100 years. And the celebrations start tomorrow. What a first team they could put out. Crenshaw, Trevino, and Brian Marchbank. Even me off 6. I'm not bad off 6. Congratulations to you all. And you can see the distance there, and it's not so easy to get the ball absolutely to the hole side. Good speed. Oh, slowed up a bit. That's a nasty little putt to be left with.
John Cook driving at 15. And it's a tidy swing. This Cook's not one of those around the body, but rather up and down. And that's a perfect drive.
Big bunkers round the 13th green. Interesting statistic, Alex, about John Cook, that I think in the last sort of 10 majors he's played in, he hasn't been anywhere near the top 10. And so for him to be challenging for this championship, it just shows you how fortunes can rapidly change. Now, Pate has a medium-paced putt for a 2. And this could shake up things a bit if he holds it. Very mechanical player, Steve Pate. Everything almost done by numbers. And left elbow points at the hole. You don't watch the practice swing. Look at watch it. Can you just see the left elbow sort of drawn up and pointing through to the hole in a way. But he stays at 10 under.
Down in the bunker at 16, Olazabal, face laid open, trying to splash it gently. Oh, could have gone in. Trevino hold it from one of those bunkers a few years ago, 2 decades ago.
Faldo at the 13th for a par. Well, not much to say. He's been leaving himself an awful lot to do, and well, no man ever to have played the game has not missed putts of that length. And they who were making Faldo's job easier, well, he's turned the tables and he's making the pursuer's task easier. Now's the moment. 5 holes left, and now you've got to clear your mind. All those hours of practice, all those deep thoughts. Got to start again. You're still 1 ahead.
Now, John Cook, if only he knew what was going on behind him. To 15th and 10 under. Aiming left, going to try and slice it in. Yes, he's tried to cut across that ball with a 6-iron. It's not a bad shot. There's the cut spin, taking it ever nearer to the hole. Talk about percentages in majors, and you realize that Nick Faldo, who's played in some 40 majors, has been in the top 10, 75% of them. But now we look at John Cook's figures, and he gets ever closer to Faldo. And should he hold that putt, well, he'd be tying with him. Olazabal, a superb bunker shot. Just slid past the flag there. He's 9 under, so I hate to say it, he's not out of it either. An eagle and a birdie finish, but he's got to hold this first. Oh, good 3. That keeps him at 9 under, just 2 behind, and a gift. Oh, he's not meant to throw it to him, not at him. Well, he's looking very happy about it. Hope he didn't do any damage.
Now Faldo has really got to regroup here. 5 holes left, 1 stroke ahead. Anxious. Well, you saw the ball just bob up there. I don't know whether it's on the bank or in a bunker or where it is down that side.
Yes, it bobbled up the bank, Peter, but ran back into the sand. He's got a big bank ahead of him now, about 220 yards to go to the centre of the green, and I think this is going to be pretty much a chop out. If he gets it 100 yards, that'll be about it.
Oh, you can see the crowd's now gathering, waiting in anticipation, and once more, yet again, big excitement over the closing holes, just when you think everything is sort of going along its normal course, and then suddenly a mistake here, a putt hole there, all things change.
Olazabal then at 17. One of his long hooking tee shots would do wonders here. There's not much wind behind him now, it's all pretty calm. On that towers the line, and a bit of swinging draw on it, right to left spin. If it does so, it'll gallop on down. Well, there you are. You see, he did add a little bit of extra power to that one. Good tee shot. And all the notice boards, all the scoreboards are telling them what's happening behind now.
So, Faldo on the 14th hole and in sand. The ball's come to rest in the middle of the bunker, but even then I don't think he can get more than a 9-iron to it. If indeed he goes for that, he may just use a wedge to make sure. With 220 to go to the pin, so if he covers half that distance, he's doing very well indeed.
Now, John Cook, and as I said earlier, the players through the big notice boards are well informed, the scoreboarding system, and he knows that if he holds this, he joins Faldo at 11 under. And he's done it. And when you think he had a 7 at the 9th, many would have given up, but not Cook. No, he's made a better stop. There it is. A double bogey.
Faldo takes a wedge or whatever and just knocks it up and down the fairway. If ever he needed to call on all his resources, he does now. He and Cook are level, but Cook is virtually 2 holes ahead.
So how things have changed over the last hour. Faldo from a 4-shot lead to a tie for the lead now with John Cook. Contrasting records in major championships, as Alex Hay was saying. John Cook with no real record in the last 10 majors, but Faldo 41 majors and top 10 finishes 31 times. He needs all that experience now.
Pate second at the 14th, 210 yards. And that's going pretty much at the pin.
Well, right on line, Clive, and as you said, right over the top of the flag, but 30 yards too far. Certainly one club too many. Well, what excitement over the next, I don't know, hour or so. But it's there's suddenly so many permutations out of the 4 main contestants. Cries going up as the scoreboards change, and the spectators now know that John Cook here is tied with Faldo at 11 under. Faldo, though, is in trouble. They don't know that at the 14th, where there have only been 2 birdies today. There's only been 34 pars, 34 bogeys, so the hole actually is more people have dropped strokes here at the 14th. But Cook is safely away, and he's on to the 16th tee now.
And Faldo again with a short iron. Now he's played really 3 very poor short irons in a row so far consecutively at holes 11, 12 and 13. He's got another one here. This is 125 yards. Good solid 9, perhaps a little push with an 8. Rain starting to drive down now, another heavy shower coming in. Faldo looking rather disgusted even with that shot. He was hoping to put it close.
And that's where the weather's coming from, up towards Edinburgh. Just a bit of lightness in the sky away in the distance, but at the moment it's all is gloom. It's very difficult for the cameraman facing this way from behind the sort of 17th, the rain driving into the camera lens. And it's really nasty at the moment.
Well, Azabala within range, even at the 17th, without the gale behind him. The rain now, though, behind him.
250, flag.
9 under. And what wouldn't he give for an eagle and a birdie? Eagled it yesterday. 550 yards, the par 5. He's unhappy, just the wind just buffeting him. When you're going in with a 2-iron, he may take a more lofted club and take with the wind. And as you look back, you see how the pin is, and it's a cruel position. It's at the front right-hand corner with that mount. He wants a more lofted club, cut it into the, bounce it short, and run it onto the green. There's such adrenaline burning in him right now. I have a feeling he'll play a great shot at it. Well, there you are. I wanted him to play a fade shot, but he tried it at the flag.
Sixteenth tee, John Cook. Joint championship leader. Well, that was a nice shot again, finding the heart of the green.
Steve Pate through the back at 14. Little chip and run. Downwind, it'll work its way all the way down, and now it forgets to stop. Gives you an idea of the undulations on the links at Muirfield. I must say that Chris Whittle, the head greenkeeper, quite a new head greenkeeper here, came from Sedan's old links. He's done a wonderful job preparation of this course for this great championship. And again, I think the rain has passed over. They might even get a bit of sunshine for the closing stages. And would you have believed it? I'm sure there are a few delighted bookmakers about the country right now, because Nick Faldo, when he went out 4 in the lead, who would have thought that he would be tied here and struggling to stay that way? He's got to hold his putt to stay level with John Cook now at 11 under. The Irish Open, I think he had a 5-shot lead when he went out on the last day, and he was caught. He won that in a playoff. In France, he had a 2-shot lead with 5 holes to go, and he didn't win there. So he's had a lean spell as far as winning has been concerned, other than the Irish Open. But we were all wishing him the very best, I can assure you, in this championship. Now, he hasn't had a kind break on the greens for the entire day. Down the hill, come on, run a bit. Nope, a shot dropped, another shot dropped. 2 and 2 holes. Three shots gone in the space of 4 holes for Faldo. Now, for the first time, it seems so long ago, for the first time he doesn't lead the championship, but trails by 1 shot from Cook. And he has that, must have a sickening feeling. There's a stunned silence about Muirfield links. Pate, who was at 10 under, which is joint second, tied with Faldo at the moment. He has to hold this to stay there. Now, got away on the wind. He's not missed many putts today, but that takes him back to join Olazabal at 9 under when he finishes it. I wonder what's going through his mind, Peter, at this moment.
Well, he must be very concerned. Pate just nudges it in. Both of them drop a stroke. He must be very concerned, because a couple of days ago everything was coming into place so well. He was striking the ball beautifully, he was at peace with himself, everything was going exactly according to plan, and suddenly it's not happening and things are very scrappy and untidy.
Steve Pate into the breeze at the 15th. 417 yards, a par 4, and he's let another one go. This time to the right. He went way to the left at the 9th, this time miles off the fairway.
John Cook at the 16th for a birdie. This for a 2. Isn't it an extraordinary game, this golf, eh? The 9th hole, he was really, you'd have to say, as dead as a dodo. He got an eagle 3 at the 5th. He dropped a shot at the 7th. Wild tee shot at the short 7th, and then now suddenly he's two in the lead.
Now can Faldo keep the swing going? Yeah, they're all encouraging him on. Pool iron shots at 10, 11 pushed iron shots, but this time he's hit the drive into the perfect side. Nick would have heard that roar from the 16th green. He knows something has happened. He'll know that it's probably John Cook that has gone clear, 2 shots ahead.
17th green. Well, 3rd shot. Just stayed on the left. With his touch, he should get get that in, and that would put him to 10 under.
John Cook builds on the lead. 2 shots, the gap to Nick Faldo. Born in Toledo, Ohio, now lives in California, and is on his way to his first major championship. And if he does clinch it, well, it'd be the first time that American players would have held all 4 majors since the spring of 1984. Calcavecchia was the last American winner of the Open since Tom Watson in 1983. But it's not all over yet, although it is. Cook by 2 from Faldo.
17th. Russell Bowell gets a birdie, goes to 10 under, just 1 hole left, and I fancy he's got to get a 3 at the last hole if he's perhaps going to steal this championship. And there's a wonderful view from the Galaxy camera, as it's called, high up in the air, looking down this 15th. You see how it turns round left to right across the spectator walkway, and on the right hand side, that's where Steve Pate's ball has gone. He just make his caddy out there trudging into the rough. Faldo's down the other side. Flag, well, you get a good idea from here how the flag is popped in on the front right hand corner of the green. It's only 6 yards in from the right hand edge and 13 yards on from the front, so not easy to get close.
Well, the championship leader, and who would have thought that after the 9th hole when he took 7 and was 2 over par for his round, and it all looked as though it was finished as far as he was concerned. Faldo then had the chance of going into a 4-shot lead. Now you see the high tower, you see the white tent. That, if you hit it on that line, take a little draw, that's a right to left spin, and to catch the tailwind, you can get home with an iron club for the 2nd. And that you could follow all the way. You hit it like a rifle bullet at that camera tower. Didn't put much draw on it, that's why it's just fractionally off the edge of the fairway. Similar line to the one that Ola Zabal came in from there. Well, he can hardly believe his luck. Or his skill, I suppose.
18th tee, Jose Maria. Bunkers down the left and right. Wind from the right. And missed the fairway miles to the right yesterday, but today he's split the middle of the fairway.
Steve Pate, I think he's playing, not going to take on the bunkers. No, he's just hacking it towards the fairway. I was going to say to the fairway, but he didn't even have the strength to get that far. Now Faldo.
Well, now's the time when Nick has to put everything behind him and start to think about birdies. He's got 170 yards to go to the pin. Wind against off the left. Five-iron shot, but how dearly needs this one close. Nothing's really gone very well at all for Nick today. Very few single putts, I think only 2. And even those not long ones. But here's a chance coming up.
Well, we were saying earlier that come the moment, cometh the man, or words to that effect. Faldo has the ability of playing the right shot at the right time, and that could not have come at a better moment. Very difficult to get close. Now you saw Pate hack at his, and it didn't reach the fairway, and I think the ball has a tuft behind it. That doesn't look too good, Bruce, for Pate.
No, it doesn't. And of course, it's just once, two or twice too many he's missed fairways. He really has, from tee to green, been very poor indeed today. He's just held his round together with magical recoveries round the green. It's a third, and that could go in a bunker. No, it's just all right. Well, he should get down in 2 from there, but he's falling away. In the end, his putter, nobody's putter could rescue the way he's played. It hasn't been very good. He wasn't very good yesterday from tee to green, but it was the mixture much as today.
On the 18th, Ian Woosnam just finishing his Open Championship. And finishing it pretty well. A round of 71, helped by birdies at the 16th and the 17th. And hoisting him well into the top 10 at 5 under par. But he's had quite an adventurous few days, Ian Woosnam. Threatened at times, but in the end, finishing 5 under.
Now John Cook, if he were to make a birdie at the 17th, there's what he's got. He's on the wrong side of the fairway to attack the pin. And I heard 1 or 2 players sort of commentating about the sort of almost unfairness of this pin position, tucked in on the right-hand side. But it is, after all, a par 5. But you can see he's on the top of your picture now, and over those bunkers, which really don't come into play down here. And then there's that bunker and the big bank that guards the right-hand side, and the pin is, as you can see, just about where that man, Donny Hammond, is tapping in. So he's virtually no way of getting within sort of about 10 yards from where he is.
John Cook on 17. Yes, Bruce, it's a dilemma for him. His only shot, and he knows he only shot 225 to the front. He got to knock it through the gap and hope for 2 putts. Long iron, chase it, hope he gets some decent bounces. There's a little gully down there about 50 yards short. It's in the right direction. It now depends on the bounce.
And from where he was, that's, bearing in mind the circumstances under which he hit it, that's a tremendous golf shot. Just about pin high, 2 putts from there to take him to 13 under. And regardless of what Faldo's will do, he will be 2 ahead of Faldo with just the 18th to come. And it would, of course, be his 3rd consecutive birdie. Might even be an eagle even yet. If he pops that in, he could well have a 5 to win at the last.
Back to the 15th, Steve Pate. This is his 4th shot. Oh, the magic blade betrayed him there.
Fine round for Lazabal today. Started at 7 under, so 3 under, his 2nd shot to the last from position A.
Hit it, Wayne, a little more.
And a beautiful shot, well judged. Clearly golf is an English language. English language game, so that was a lovely shot.
Steve Pate, 15th. Oh, and suddenly so everything's gone very sour. 6. And that is very expensive, although he doesn't lose ground on anyone. He just goes from 9 to 7 under. Now Faldo for a birdie. My word, does he need it? That's better. Now short 16th to come, but up ahead, virtually 2 holes ahead, John Cook. He's eyeing the scoreboard there. Cook on the 17th in 2, putt for an eagle.
great reception for the young Spaniard. 2 putts for a round of 68, and in fact, and of course the cheers now going up, having just seen the news on the scoreboard of Faldo's birdie. They'd have been a bit quiet over the last half hour as he slipped back. So that's what that shout was about. 2 putts for 68 and 1 putt for Olazabal for the best round of the day. A 67. And once again, Muirfield providing a very dramatic finale to its Open Championship.
Now back to the relative calm of the 16th tee. These giant scoreboards at the 18th have been very, very well run this week. I think, if I'm right, as you come down the hole, the right-hand scoreboard is run by the boys from the Charterhouse School, and the left-hand side is Loretto, if memory serves me right. Great competition between the two of them as to who makes the fewest mistakes or gives the most superior service. Well, that's what he's aiming at. And that's a fairly generous, well, it is a generous pin position today. 26 yards from the front of the green and 5 yards in from the right-hand edge of the green as he plays. No time for mistakes now.
You're the man!
Not the right club, and well, the rather foolish shouts didn't come until after he'd hit the ball, but it's something that I'm afraid is creeping in a bit.
Well, now he's a shot ahead as they stand at the moment, but 2 putts to take him to make that or reinflate that lead to 2 shots. And this for an eagle, and must be the championship were he to hold this. Given it a chance, he's given it a chance, a brave putt. And a little bit coming back. I wouldn't want to have to hold that for my life. But then I'm not. I'm up here and he's down there. But a great, brave try to finish it all there and then.
To the 18th, Olazabal has this putt for a birdie. This would take him to 11 under if he can get it. Even if he 2 putts, nothing is going to make him worse than 3rd. He would finish 3 under. That's around a 68. Chip Beck, who's playing with him, has a 4 for a 74. Here's that putt. Chip Beck has that putt. You see him lining up a yard off the 74. Very good championship from Olazabal. He started as many did today with a 5 and then dropped the stroke at the short 4th and then played beautifully from there on in. But just early in the piece, the first 2 rounds, not enough putts dropped for him. But that could be said of many others.
So John Cook for a birdie at 17.
Oh. Well, Bruce, shades of Tony Jacklin.
Indeed.
Almost well, the same side of the hole.
And that does leave the door ajar, and the effect on him going up 18 of that could be colossal.
Well, really quite extraordinary. I mean, he was going along so majestically there, but that putt, what, 28 inches or 30 inches at most?
Yes, about 2.5 feet at most.
Well, now, Faldo through the back, though, of the 16th. It's no pushover for him to get down in 2 from here.
No, it certainly isn't. He's already had a look at the scoreboard. He sees Cook at 12 under, playing the 17th. He must assume in his own mind that perhaps Cook will make a birdie. So I think he'll be trying to chip this in. In his mind, it might be a bit of do or die at this stage.
Oh, that's a very well played shot from a sort of tufty lie. So now, what odds to play off? Hadn't even considered that an hour or so ago. And he's glancing up at the score, but he's wondering why. Now, it must have crossed his mind. There's no great cheer from the 17th. John Cook still looks remarkably calm. Pleasant looking man. An anxious looking man. Pate played his tee shot to here, and that's away on the right. So it's all hubbling and bubbling. Playoff will be over 4 holes. That's a new, relatively new system devised by the RNA, and starting at the 15th, and they'll play 4 holes, and then if they're still level at the end of 4 holes, they go back down the 18th and keep going until we have a winner or darkness falls. Pate for par at the 16th. This to stay 7 under. Well, we saw Faldo miss a putt about this length. It may have been a whisker longer 2 or 3 holes ago. In fact, at the 13th hole, he usually holds these so well. Of course, we've got the drama yet to happen, perhaps at the 18th with John Cook up ahead. Dead centre. That's a very good chip and a putt from Faldo, who stays at 11 under. Needs a birdie or better at the 17th to get a level with Cook.
So John Cook,
18th tee.
He likes it. He's hit a good one. Right up the middle, and great shot.
So unless John Cook does something outrageous down the 18th, and that putt on 17 wouldn't have settled him down by any means, the title lies between him and Nick Faldo. Although Jose Maria Olazabal has produced an outstanding day today. His round, 68, 10 under par, comfortably his best finish in the Open Championship. Steve Pate, distant at 7 under par. Ernie Els coming towards the end of his round at 6 under par. And Malcolm Mckenzie, another fine British finisher at 5 under par. But Cook against Faldo.
Well, there's the view down to the corner of the dogleg at the 17th, and the tent right down in the bottom right-hand corner is where the tee is. Over there, right in the bottom corner. Faldo leaves a birdie to tie with John Cook at 12 under. Cook a hole and a half ahead. Beautiful drive from Faldo. Now Steve Pate. 2 or 3 wild tee shots have cost him dear today. Looked as if it maybe left a bit. Yeah, left a lot. So, much to play for. Plenty of drama still to come.
And I think that roar you heard as Nick was about to drive was because, again, the scoreboard up here showed that this man hadn't made a birdie at 17. The second to the last. Might well not make a par. There's a fence there and he'll get a drop, of course, but that was a nervy one. And you'll have to play a delicate one over that big bunker. He had it in his own hands a few minutes ago, but he's certainly giving Faldo another opportunity. Expression doesn't change, though, does it? Ernie Els, who he's been playing with, who's 6 under, a couple over today. Oh, and what a horrid spot that is. His grip sound is really a little soft for that to happen. Come in, didn't go in on the fly. And John Cook is over to the right of that bunker with the island in the middle of it. There are sundry dropping zones. He'll go to the closest one, which may be nearer towards the clubhouse than where he's come to rest. But, well, right to the wire once again. In many ways, so similar to 1987. Azinger led by a shot from Faldo and dropped shots at the last 2 to let the solid 18 pars of Faldo in. And there he is behind him on the hole behind, on the 17th.
Suddenly he looks to be a bit jauntier, Faldo. He looks to be walking with a bit more of a purposeful stride. There he goes. And he's hit a beautiful drive, but I mean, there are so many things that can happen. The thing that Faldo has got to do, really, is get a 4 here. And John Cook, as you rightly said, Bruce, he had the championship right in the palm of his hand, and all he had to do was knock a little putt in. Over the top of the bolly tent there, which is had a break in this week. Nick the week's taking. It's about 400 quid, I was told. Or maybe missed a naught or two off. But there's away on the right between the edge of the fairway and the spectators is Steve Pate. Here he is. Not lying too badly.
No, that's right. He's got a 3-iron to it. 266 to go, though, to the front of the green. Very good contact.
John Cook's just been talking to David Pepper, the referee for this match. He's going to get relief from the railings down here, on just right of the 18th green. He'll get his usual nearest point of relief and a club length away from that to take him away from the obstruction. So it's a free drop. No problems down this 18th as far as you get free drops out of all these grandstands and everything else around here.
But Mike, he has to be further, at least as further away from the hole than where the ball came to rest. Is that not right?
Well, he's, on this particular rule, he can go closer to. There is a special rule for the 18th for this championship, and he can, in fact, get it as near as possible to no nearer the hole, although it can be nearer the hole. These are special rules devised by the RNA for the championship. in view of the opposite constriction.
From drama on the 18th to drama on the 17th, Faldo 225 from the front, hitting a 4-iron. Certainly heading in the right direction. Beautiful strike.
Well, we were saying how often we've seen Faldo hit the shot when it was required. He did it back there on the 15th. He put an iron shot within 2 or 3 feet, and although it's not 2 or 3 feet away here at the 17th, that really was a majestic shot right into the heart of the green, and only some 18 or 20 feet from the hole. And Cook in trouble up ahead. So at this moment you'd think it was odds on the Faldo could well be one ahead coming down the last, but well, who knows? Cook might hold this.
It's a very fluffy lie. He's got his sand wedge out. Let's try and get it up there. Thrown it as high as he possibly could. He knows he can't get backspin. Knocked it to 8 feet, 9 feet.
Well, I think under the circumstances that was a superb shot, because the old heart would have been going, the palms would have been sweaty, and that really was a very fine shot. So he's given himself a chance of a 4. Well, there was sort of the chat overnight was the concern of a procession for Faldo throughout this last day, and it's been anything but. Excitement right to the end. Ernie Els, third shot. Good championship he's had, very good championship. Tell you off from where he was in that line with his height, that was a cracking recovery stroke. Some thought with his performances over the first couple of months in Europe he was a bit of a talking horse, but he's certainly shown them this week.
Drama at the 17th, drama at the 18th. Just one stroke in it. John Cook up ahead at the 18th with a putt of 8-10 feet to stay at 12 under. Faldo with a putt to go to 13 under.
And of course the problem possibly for Faldo will be to be putting when suddenly there might be a roar or an ooh or an ah from here, because the 17th is only about 300 yards away, 17th green. And although I suspect that Els may be the closer, he's going to hole out because there'll be a tremendous roar and hubbub should Cook hole his. No. Pity. He joins all those players on 5 under, a share of 5th place, the final round of 74. And it's been a good championship for the 22-year-old South African. And in a sense too, coming from totally the opposite direction, he will have had the advantage or the opportunity to see how Els's putt ran across this particular part of the green, or how the green rolls. Back behind, the same moment for Faldo. Nope. What a way to help. And there behind. That ooh and ah came just in time to stop Faldo committing himself to the putt. So a 5 for Cook, a 5-5 finish. And, well, he may yet win, but he'll never come closer if he doesn't.
This putt for a 3, an eagle 3. This for a 2-shot lead. But that's not bad, and he will be very pleased in a minute or two when the scoreboards have changed, and he will see that suddenly he is a stroke ahead. And John Cook, who was reported in the paper the other day to say, well, I'm here to enjoy myself, I really don't care if I take 85, must be thinking very differently now. A little putt missed here at the 17th, and 5 at the last. Now, Faldo doesn't know yet. He doesn't know he's in the lead yet. Well, we don't know whether we can follow him through. He may, any minute now, he may get the word that he, in fact, all he has to do is get a 4 down the last. Now you'll listen. The scoreboard's changed, and they're reacting. Faldo goes through, and anxious faces at the 18th. Well done. Long walk back to this 18th tee.
What an astonishing sequence of events over the last few minutes. Ian Baker Finch dominated things last year. Nick Faldo won by 5 shots the year before this. But we've rarely had quite such drama in the Open Championship since Royal Troon in 1989, when Calcavecchia and Grady and Norman went to that playoff there. It was threatening for a playoff for a while now, but now it's Faldo at the 18th with a 1-shot lead over John Cook.
His name's Alex Harvey.
You bet. Yes, sir.
Alex Harvey.
Alex Harvey, the engraver, behind the 18th with the old Claret Jug there, and he's waiting to see what happens for a different reason to everyone else around the 18th, John Cook included. But Faldo knows the position now.
Well, it's a role reversal in a sense to 1987. He was in the clubhouse. He was in the clubhouse with a Vega, and his opponent then, Azinger, needed a 4 to win the Open. And a great shot for it. Perfect. Oof. 3 more. Once again, it would seem that fate has... No, he's found the fairway at last. It seems hours since he hit the fairway. But he's done so, but he's now 4 shots behind Faldo. And John Cook has checked his scorecard, has seen the damage, he can't change it now. And I think if he'd made a 4 at 17, he would probably have made a 4 at 18 as well. David Begg there, head of the press tent, in charge of media. And all he can do now is wait and just imagine what might have been. An extraordinary round in many ways to recover from that 7 at the 9th as well as he did, and really he had the championship. It was his for the taking.
Well, a moment's silence round this final green as the last two players make their way down to where the tee shots finished, and I fancy it'll be Nick Faldo first. And really the flag couldn't be in a kinder place. The wind has dropped, the pin right at the back. Now I think that's Constable James French there on the right. He's served 30 years in the force and he's retired. His last working day. Now what a memorable day for him. You'll catch sight of him in a minute. He's walking away. There are two of them. There were two. The clean-shaven one is James French. Jim French, 30 years ago, and what a day to finish, marching down the last hole with Faldo. Well, Faldo is now in the ideal position. Remember 5 years ago when he hit that lovely iron into the heart of the screen? Well, he must surely think about that now. The pin's in a generous position. From up here it looks a doddle, doesn't it? Big wide green, all you have to do is hit it straight. I think it may be, not sure whether it's Pate first.
173 and 26. 199.
Steve Pate's dropped back to 8 under par.
There you will.
That's 2 over for the day. He's had all sorts of ups and downs. There you see 2 shots dropped in the first 4 holes, and then a couple of birdies, 6, almost a miraculous 6 at the 9th. Well, let's hope he can finish with a nice iron into this final green.
Hang left.
Good shot. Faldo might buy that one off him if he was given the chance. Now Faldo. 1 stroke ahead. What a change in fortunes over the last 3 or 4 holes. All those hours of practice. Now just once more, once more. Needs to turn in a little bit, and how about that? Hold steady now, right at the flag. What a magnificent strike. It's a little unfortunate that he didn't stop on the green, but that really was an accurate blow. That could be Jimmy. That Jimmy there, he's retiring 30 years. Now I hope we don't have a major stampede. They're trying to eliminate the stampede, which is for a time became amusing and a sort of part of the championship when the players passed the crosswalk, but trying to eliminate any accidents. Well, acclamation in Scotland for Faldo, and I think that lays a few of the old bogies and devils that have been spread around over the years. Spectators here today, a mixture of people from many lands, I suspect, warming to Faldo, and why not? Over these last few holes he's shown tremendous courage and a great amount of skill. But there's still work to do. Still work to do, and no stampede. Nobody knocked over. Remember years ago, Tony Jacklin coming through the crowd at Lytham, had lost his boot and caddies had been banged around. And now very nicely controlled, gentlemen. But it ain't over yet. Everyone gathering round the back of the 18th green. It'll be Nick Faldo to play first. His Royal Highness the Duke of York is here, along with dignitaries from the world of golf and so many past champions. And I was delighted to see Barbara Dixon, Mrs. McIntosh. Remember, she won the English Ladies Championship many moons ago. So many other old champions here today, ready to salute this man, who has to get down in 2 to be champion again. And equal the record, the recent record of Henry Cotton, of course, winning 3 in relatively modern times. But quite a way to go before equaling Harry Varden. 6 victories. Mrs. Faldo, Jill, looking a bit anxious. The old man can do it, don't worry, Jill. Well, something funny happened there. It's making its way down. That was the most extraordinary putt. I thought someone had stuck a bit of chewing gum on the centre of the putter there when he hit it. It didn't seem to go anywhere. Oh, blimey O'Reilly. Oh, I think that really was extraordinary. Now, Pate has this putt for a birdie 3 to finish. Well, whatever he does, he's going to be 4th. So Pate finishes with a 4 and a 2 over par round today of 73. A good championship. Now then, I think Faldo, well, actually the putts got down to within 12 or 14 inches. That really was most extraordinary. This to be champion. There you have it. Absolutely fantastic. And he's absolutely drained, he's absolutely shattered. The supreme effort. Jill Faldo, well, he gave everything and a bit more. Thoroughly deserved. Helped, of course, by John Cook. His misfortunes have made Faldo's day. Now just to check in the recorder's tent, recorder's office, to make sure the scores are all logged properly, and then the prize presentation will begin. What a struggle. Titanic struggle.
Final scores have been recorded.
Yes, well done, sir. A little privacy is needed at this moment, I think. That funny-looking first putt, I must confess, I wondered how on earth that got down to the hole, but all is now well. There's the card. First time he's gone over par, 2 over par today. And you can see what a struggle it was. The 11th, 13th, 14th. That things looked, from his point of view, and from a British point of view, very gloomy then. But he came through trumps in the end when it was really called for. And sadly, John Cook was found to be wanting. But, well, I hope it won't be 12 years before John Cook comes back and plays again in the championship. There's Faldo signing, checking his card. Let's have another look at that putt of Faldo's, because it really was a most extraordinary one. Of course, he shielded the putt from us for a bit. When you watch when he hits this, it looks as if he's miscued it. It looks as if he's only going to get halfway. And I thought, oh, good Lord, what's happening now? It turned on the hill and he's urging it off. That was the most extraordinary putt. I thought someone had stuck a bit of chewing gum on the centre of the putter there when he hit it. It didn't seem to go anywhere. Oh, blimey O'Reilly. There's a very happy scene. Royal Highness Duke of York and she, Jill Faldo there, has managed to secure the flag as a souvenir. Joe Carr there on the right, captain of the R&A. The usual smile on his face. Michael Benalek there, the secretary of the R&A. There's Royal Highness on the left. And it's very nice to see one of the royal family taking an interest in golf again, Bruce, don't you think? It's been a long time since we've had...
Yes, indeed. Well, his great uncle, I suppose, was the last keen golfer, but I can only say again, it's been the most amazing afternoon. There were sort of almost, one felt, two scenarios. It was either the lap of honour, all 18 holes for Faldo, or else it was going to be, you know, he was going to slide away and fall down, perhaps like he's done once or twice in the last 5 or 6 weeks. But on this occasion, for the ultimate prize, he was sliding and he came again. Great recovery. An astonishing afternoon.
Well, let's, while the championship table is prepared, let's look down the list of scores and how they finished as they went out today. John Daly, the US PGA champion, led the way, and I think rather sad that he displayed, well, hesitates to say a lack of professionalism, but it was crash bang wallop all the way, and I think as a professional he could have put in a bit better effort than he did, but I'm old-fashioned. Scores on the right there are the final ones. Those are today's scores. Tony Johnson, only a handful under 70. Tony Johnson was the first one in who's been playing. Tony's been playing so well on our European circuit this year. In fact, only 5 scores under 70 today. Corey Pavin had a very good 70. And there's Fanny Sunderson, the caddy, with Jill Faldo, part of one of the family. And John Simpson there on the right, who guides Faldo, sees that he puts his money in the post office and doesn't let him spend more than 3 or 4 grand a day. Some more scores. Jody Mudd finished up nicely with a 71. Defending champion, he had 2 68s today, 3 68s today, and Ian Baker Finch was one of them. Nothing really happening the first 3 rounds, and then a 68, 282. That's a couple under par. Danny Watkins started off with 2 very good scores, and then 75-75. Lee Trevino, now into his 50s. He gave us a lot of fun and a lot of pleasure, and got progressively worse as the week went on. Greg Norman, again, not firing enough putts in on the first 2 rounds, but finishing up, as is his wont, with a good score in the last round. Peter Mitchell, who's having a very good season, he's had a good championship. Mark O'Meara, one of the handful of players to break 70, and Tom Kite, the US Open champion, good championship from him. And Paul Lorry from Aberdeen, he's had a good week. Andy McGee too, I think he'll be back for more. Ray Floyd, well, Ray finished with a 72, but he seemed to throw away some shots today. Missed a couple of little putts early on. Sandy Lyle, a 72, 280. Pretty good. Next year, of course, the championship goes down to Kent, Royal St George's. A very different venue to this one. Ian Woosnam, 279. And Lasabelle there with a very good 68. Now out he comes, A few deep breaths and, well, what a joyous occasion for him there. Well done, well done. John Simpson and Fanny. No, he's just looking in the bag for something. Going to give her a 10 bob note. No. He's looking for the old watch. You've got to get that on. Oh, what a brilliant team they've been. I wonder, Fanny, you know, she's a very good golfer. Fanny, she's 4 or 5 handicap, that sort of thing, maybe better. And that's Mr. Faldo, I fancy, between Fanny Sunnison and John Simpson at the back there. George, you don't see him about very often. And what a day for him to come. There's old Nick there on the left. Nick Gravel on the left there. If you ever want a sandwich, he's the man to see.
You're right.
Well, now, the final scene. The table's laid out. And here is the champion with our man, Steve.
I've got to be like a true Brit.
And here's a shattered man, Nick Faldo, Open champion for the 3rd time, but my goodness, they don't get any easier, do they?
That's not the word easy, is it? That is not the word. You know, well, I don't know what to say. Where do I start? I mean, I knew it was going to be tough. Mr. Begg, thank you very much for the true British style. You know, I knew it was going to be tough, you know, and I was making it tough. And you know, you just sort of the odd mistake. I made a mistake up. Yeah, first was tough hole, okay. Five a mistake with the club, and I pulled it left, you know, plugged it in the bunker. I mean, didn't know what to do. I mean, I can't remember what I actually did. I think I hit it on one leg, didn't I? With one leg out of the bunker. Yeah. So that was, you know, that was a good 5. I had a good 2-putt from that top side. I could have made a right mess of that.
And at that point, the weather was closing in and upsetting the rhythm.
Everything was getting tough, and.
But take us midway through the back 9, the point you lost the lead. At that point, what was the state of your game and, and the state of your mind as well?
Well, 10 was good. You know, 10 I hit a really good shot, and I think we just hold this and it could be over. Because I would have turned the pressure around maybe on Steve. You know, I might have had a 5-shot lead then, and I didn't. Then the next I was very negative on. God, I don't know why. I just dumped in the bunker in simple 5. 13, I mucked up, but I actually was all right, and actually starting to say, now this is getting stupid. Now, what are you doing? Just steered a nice drive into the bunker at the next time. I thought, this is what is going on. And then somehow I said to myself, well, you just better play the best 4 holes of your life right now.
You did.
And I hit the best half shot of my life, a little 5-iron down the hill. Really good par on 16. That was you know, after coming up short, you know, 16 was long, 196 at a 5-iron way over the green. And then I knew that, you know, par, and I was really hoping, praying for 17 to come to the rescue. Hit driver 4-iron, really 2 good shots. And after I heard the murmurs, I knew what he had done. I thought, well, just hold this, and it's over and done with, and it's yours. So I leave that short in the jaws. And then 18, I hit 2 really good shots. You know, I thought 3-iron would be perfect. You know, I thought left to right wind if I hold it against the wind. But you know, I buttoned it, and you know, I said to myself, well, just hit it to 3 feet, and it's all over.
Were you able to enjoy 18 in the end?
No, unfortunately. I mean, that was really what I wanted to. You know, I had to just grind like hell, thinking, you know, I'm on the back of the green and just trundle it down the hill, and then I managed to do that. I mean, I really hit that quite soft, that putt. I mean, I'd hate to have hit it solid. Oh, you know, I wouldn't have handled a 3-footer. I know I wouldn't, because my legs were gone on that 1-footer. So, you know.
Nick, I won't ask what all this means to you. That's quite obvious. The presentation is just about to start. Go and enjoy that.
Try.
This is 14 to be held at Muirfield. And it's very appropriate that we should be here in 1992, because it was in 1892, exactly 100 years ago, that the Open first came here. Mr. Captain, your predecessors laid out this great golf course, and you have entrusted the responsibility for preparing it and presenting it for this championship to to your green staff under the leadership of your head greenkeeper, Chris Whittle.
Speech by Neil Roach, Chairman of the Championship Committee.
They have worked tremendously hard for 3 years under fairly unhelpful weather conditions. And for the last few weeks, they have been given great assistance by greenkeepers from nearby courses. I thank them all for their efforts, and I congratulate them on the results they have achieved. Muirfield cannot often have been in better condition than for this week. Thank you, Chris. Hundreds of people are involved in the organisation of the championship, and the job of coordinating all of these helpers was given to the Championship Committee of the Honourable Company under their chairman, Peter Richardson. To all of those who have contributed, I extend our warmest thanks. They really made our job very easy. 2 weeks ago, this championship got underway with 11 regional qualifying competitions throughout the country, and with a near record entry of 1,666 competitors. I would like to congratulate all of these players for the skill and the sportsmanship that they have shown us throughout the championship. It's been a tremendous pleasure and a thrill to watch them in action. Finally, and most important, our thanks to you, the spectators. Without your enthusiastic and knowledgeable support, there would have been no atmosphere, and with no atmosphere, the championship wouldn't have come to life. You have been a great crowd, and that demonstrated this evening by the way in which this 72nd hole has worked. I hope you've had a great week, and I hope you'll attend many more Open Championships. And now the moment for which you waited so patiently. Michael Benalek, Secretary of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club, will announce the winners, and I invite the Captain of the Honourable Company of Edinburgh Golfers, Douglas Fowles, to present the medals and the championship trophy. Thank you.
The winner of the silver medal, with a score of 293, Darren Lee.
The only amateur to have qualified, Darren Lee, who's battled against ill health and beat many superior, certainly on paper, amateur players to be the champion amateur player here this week. And very well done indeed, young sir. And we wish you well again mighty, mighty soon.
Winner of the silver quake and runner-up with a score of 273, John Cook.
And great cheers for John Cook, how near and how far, and he will have much to ponder. He had it, he had the jackrabbit in the bag, and before he could tie the laces across the neck, the rabbit jumped out and was gone. He had it in the palm of his hands, but, well, I'm sure, I hope he'll return and grace us again with his golf and his good manners and his sportsmanship.
The winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer for the year with a score of 272, Nick Faldo.
Well, Phil Faldo on the left, and the crowd really on Nick Faldo's side. What a tremendous battle, a wonderful display of skill and courage, and he did it and the others couldn't. So he is the champion for the third time, and very well deserved indeed.
after all that, I'm not letting go. I'm not letting go. Firstly, to David Begg, thank you for the supply of handkerchiefs again. God, yeah. Firstly, obviously, I want to commiserate with my fellow professionals. You know, it was one hell of a day. I managed to say to myself, going down 15, you better play the best 4 holes of your life, and yeah, I managed to do that. So, as you can imagine, I can't believe I'm standing here in this situation. So, but to obviously to the crowd, to everybody who kept shouting at me and telling me to keep going, boy, do I thank you. If I owe you a big scotch somewhere, I'm gonna have to. Maybe with a help with Johnny Walker, I could send a bottle of whiskey to every pub in Scotland. That would be, how about that? That'd be a good start. Can I thank the R&A, obviously, fantastic job to organise this event the way they do. It's such a massive scale, and really for the players it goes without a hitch. We just waltz in and play, and I guess that's the best compliment I can pay to them, that we don't have any worries and we can get on with it. Can I just quickly thank Grey Wolves for doing a very good B&B for me for the week and looking after us, the family. Who am I going to forget? The green staff. I said when I arrived here the greens were fantastic, and they really were. They really saved me, I guess, in the end. It was great to Lord Ledbetter and his team, to Simon Holmes, one of his assistants, who helps me, obviously. To good old Funny Fanny. As you can imagine, I was hoping I was going to win this with a 4-shot lead, and I had rehearsed the audience participation bit. So you've got your cue. If you can remember that great Frank Sinatra song, and it's not New York, New York, okay? You got it? I just wanted to thank everybody for all the letters they've written in and telling me my putting's all wrong. I got one this week, says that you're not using your caddy properly. I don't know how to that one's. That takes a lot of explaining with the wife, doesn't it, that one? I want to thank all the TV commentators for telling me how to practice and what to do and what not to do. And obviously, without the press, what can I say about the press? I thank them from the bottom of my heart of my bottom, maybe, yes. The reasons why I say this, right, you ready? Because I did it my way. Thank you.
So Nick Faldo, Open champion, he's recovered his composure, hasn't he? And settling a few old scores in that speech as well. But from Nick, the score that matters today, 73 and a total of 12 under par, which gives him his 5th major, his 3rd Open Championship, the first British player since Henry Cotton to win 3 Open Championships. And he's enjoyed this one as much as the other 3, or he's starting to enjoy it now. Well, the last 4 days have been everything we expected at Muirfield. 100 years of the Open Championship at Muirfield, and a competition to really rank with the best. Even before the extraordinary last hour, there was plenty of excitement and a great deal of quality.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I welcome you to the Honourable Company of Edinburgh Golfers, Muirfield, for the first day's play of the 121st Open Championship. On the tee is the defending champion, Baker Finch.
Lee Jansen for a birdie at 17 to take the outright lead. And he got it. 5 under par. Steve Pate, the tournament leader. 7 birdies.
Age 49 years old, he is leading in stroke average on the United States Tour.
A wonderful round of 64 by Raymond Floyd.
Lee Trevino at the 13th. And another beautiful iron shot. And how good is it going to be, I ask you? Pin high to the inch, 2 feet wide.
Looks good for the pre-tournament favorite.
Oh, he got it, slipped in the right edge. It takes him to 7 under par, and it's a share of the lead with Pate.
Paul McKenzie now at the 7th. Here she comes. And a lovely shot from the... In she goes, his first Open Championship and his first hole. I would think I might have kept that.
Graham will have that putt to go into a tie for the lead with John Cook.
This is Faherty at the 9th. His ball hit the wall there. He went to there, and look at that.
Got the speed, and he's got the birdie. It's good to see him smiling. Of course, birdies do bring smiles to your faces.
You see how long it's taken? Bernhard's grown a beard. He's been
That reception was worthy of the winner. That's the affection with which the golfing public here hold Jack Nicklaus, and I hope it's not the last time that he has an ovation like that.
He's kept it very, very low. It's going beautifully, just has to carry a couple of bunkers, and what a golf shot.
For the outright lead. And he's got it. He really is on a roll now.
And he's got it. Faldo for a birdie at 15. Looks good. And a 3-shot lead in the Open Championship for Nick Faldo.
I've never felt as good as that on a golf course. You know, all I'm trying to do is play and be up there and get involved, and obviously, you know, and see what happens. So that's, you know, if I can just keep doing that, then I'll be, you know, more than pleased.
Fanny Summerson there patiently waiting for Nicholas Faldo.
Oh, great job.
That is ridiculous.
Well done. That's what you're trying to do, wasn't it?
Lazabal has this for an eagle at the par 5 17. He's got it.
Oh, they're getting into a jousting position. You can see they're circling each other now. Any moment, they're two, what do you call them, will spike each other.
Judged it beautifully. He's got it. So Pate goes to 12 under, joins Faldo.
I knew he wouldn't have to wait long, but just when he needed it. Great ovation for Faldo.
I want my mommy. And he's got it. John Cook.
Right on line.
Isn't it an extraordinary game, this golf, man?
But here's a chance coming up.
Look at the birdie. 17.
This to be champion. There you go. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, we've been treated to some outstanding golf in the major championships in recent years, but rarely have we had excitement to this degree. When all seemed lost, when all seemed despair, back came Faldo to claim the victory he so richly deserved. And we celebrate with him his third Open Championship. It's been a marvellous 4 days at Muirfield, and the excitement is still buzzing around this famous links course. Nick Faldo is the Open champion once again, the first British player since Henry Cotton to win 3 Open titles. So it's all over for another year, and from us all here at Muirfield, it's goodbye.